Rampant coming to you live from the Comedy Mothership here in Austin, Texas for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Get up for Tony Hinchcliffe! For the best fucking night of their lives, huh? Brian Redband. Hey!
And that is the best damn band in the land, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise. Fernando Castillo, Raul Vallejo, Carlos Sosa, Michael Gonzalez, Nachos Belgrande, Matt Mueling on the electric guitar back here, sunglassed up like a real rock star, and John D's sunglasses because he naps during the show, secretly napping during the show. And there's D Madness, also sunglasses, ladies and gentlemen, but he stays awake the entire time, just in case. Just in case that vision comes back for a sweet, sweet second. He doesn't want to miss it. He does not sleep. He stays awake, eyes open. How do we feel, everybody? We in a good mood tonight? Very, very exciting stuff happening. This is Kill Tony, the #1 comedy live something in the world. We're almost everything. We're #1 in a lot of different categories now. Brought to you by Nicked and Prize Picks tonight. How exciting. Here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made it all possible. That fucking fly out of here. It's the CNN fly. They have little drones. They bring them to Joe Rogan's club and try to get fucking... I'm gonna kill this thing before we do this. I'm gonna kill this fucking thing. Come on, where is it? Come on, here we go. Okay, here we go. Bitch. I think it's gone. Who's ready to start tonight's fucking episode, huh? Here we go. Every single week, I purposefully book 2, sometimes 1, sometimes 3, but I have fun matching up the chemistries. I envision how would these two work together every single week. I put a lot of thought into this. This one is a special one. 2 of the Guest of the Year frontrunners right now for 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for 2 of the greats, James McCann and Dave Landau. McCann is back, and his new special, Black Israelite, is on YouTube. Dave Landau's new book, Party of One, out now on Amazon. Welcome back, gentlemen. James McCann, one of the most used guests in 2025.
What a joy it is to be here once again. At this beautiful club with these beautiful people. Dave, hello. Hey.
Hello.
Wow.
James is the man. We love you. Black Israelite, out now on YouTube. His new comedy special.
Unless it's been taken down by now, but at the moment, it's out and it's called that.
I love it. I love it. James is one of those monsters coming up. I love it. You're truly one of the funniest people around. You guys will see when you watch his new special. Dave Landau, welcome back, buddy. How are you? Make some noise for Dave, everybody.
I'm doing good, man. Hey, how are you?
Fresh off a big weekend. Books out. We're going to have fun. Brought to you by Nicked and Prize Picks. Now, you guys have both done this show before, so you know, but maybe, just maybe, someone brought their significant other with, while they're watching the show every week. Maybe they're out doing the dishes, perhaps, or vacuuming the floors, or folding the laundry, and you don't know what your loved one is listening to. Well, let me tell you, while you're out there working on your secret OnlyFans page. The show's about comedy. Ton of comedians signed up for the chance to get 60 seconds if I pull them out of this bucket. Their time is up and you hear the sound of a kitten. They could be the next big stand-up comedy superstar. You know their time is up when you hear the sound of a bear. It is the West Hollywood bear. Interrupts them. Comes after the cat. We've been doing this 12 and a half years. So I've it up. Jesus Christ, I'm fucking tripping today. This coffee's banging. 6 shots. All right. While we wrangle that first bucket pool, we have a golden ticket winner that's going to do a minute for you, ladies and gentlemen. He is one of the top young rising comedians in the world. Make some noise for Colin Sledge, everyone.
Okay, thank you. I need a paralegal.
Oh my god, what the fuck?
Paralegal titties to suck on. Should have saved that for the end. My check engine light's been on for a few months, and I feel like the check engine light has very feminine energy. It's like something's wrong. What's wrong? Well, if you cared, you would already know.
You got pretty good.
My girlfriend thinks The Godfather is too long, but her story about when her coworker was bitchy to her 2 years ago is the perfect length. Okay, thank you.
Colin Sledge. Very funny. You've done it again. One of the very few non-handicapped golden ticket winners that come in and really fucking set it off every time. How do you feel, Colin?
I feel pretty good.
How's life been going for you here in Austin,
Good.
Texas?
In Austin, I haven't quite moved here yet. But,
Oh,
it's
you're
good.
still up in Houston?
Yeah, we're looking at places tomorrow.
Who's we?
Me and my girlfriend.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. What does she do again?
She takes care of me. Yeah, she does comedy.
Oh, okay. Did she start after you?
She started sort of like 4 or 5 years ago.
When did you start?
Well, I did 2 years in college, and then I took 8 years off. So she started before and after me.
James McCann.
Well, do you find this is difficult on the relationship, that she was the big star and, now you're here doing this? And are you worried that in a Lady Gaga, Bradley Cooper situation, you'll return home one day? And, because that can be tricky on a relationship.
Yeah, somewhat. I'm not sure I understand the question.
Is she threatened by your enormous success?
There might be some degree of resentment.
Does it ever come up?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that's like?
She accused me of using the chutes and ladders.
What does that mean?
It means I took the ladder up or something,
Can you explain that better?
So, the game Chutes and Ladders.
Do you use this as an analogy a lot?
It's her
Use it.
analogy.
Oh, she said this?
Yeah.
Wow, no wonder she's not as famous as you. Chutes and Ladders from your
Okay.
childhood. Milton Bradley 80s board game.
Please don't get me in trouble.
Oh shit, Mike 4's not on. Son of a bitch.
Try it again.
So you really are a pedophile?
No, take his mic away.
Okay.
Son of a bitch. Biggest comedy show in the world. We just have mics that don't work up here. Unbelievable.
We went to New York. You met her. My girlfriend.
What?
You met my girlfriend in New York.
Okay.
Which, thanks for having us. That was fun.
Okay. I don't know if I really had you.
Nice.
What do you?
Your girlfriend wasn't the little boy who was cut from broadcast.
No.
Okay, good.
But that's-
Just because he said you were a pedophile, and
Yeah,
I
I
wondered
get
what
the
that was in
reference.
reference to, yeah.
Yeah, Finnegan.
There are some
alley one?
pedophile things about you. Why do you still have sunglasses on your shirt right now?
My shirt touching my neck bothers me, so I wear sunglasses to pull it down.
God, you're creepy as fuck. Very funny, but annoyingly creepy. The feeling of sunglasses on your neck is
No.
better than a shirt?
Yeah, well, I don't really feel the sun because it's just right here. This isn't what I wanted to talk about.
What do you want to talk about? Segue into something that you want to talk about.
New York is fun. I went to Brooklyn.
Fucking hive of flies around here, guys. Something happening? Someone pranking the show? Did someone bring fucking frozen flies and then thaw them out? Like ants? You ever make an ant farm before? You just throw them in the fridge. Those motherfuckers chill out.
Oh, I went to the Kill Tony band show in New York.
Okay.
That was actually I was high off an edible. It was so fucking good.
Hell yeah.
Seriously.
Everybody had a blast. I heard all about it. Blue Note, packed up.
See, just
Amazing.
pander gets some back on you. No, there was this Swedish lady, and she was like playing these old bagpipes, and had taken edibles, so I was like freaking out. It was really fun.
Great. When you say you were freaking out, what does that mean to you?
I don't understand jazz music, and I usually don't enjoy it either. But it was a really good show.
Okay, I thought that was a big setup coming there for.
I went to museums. I went to where Luigi shot that guy.
Ah. All right.
I took a train to a train museum.
All right, that's enough, Colin.
Brother, that's just where it's getting good. How good's the train museum? I went to a train museum in Sacramento last month. It was sick.
Some people are good at the set, good at the interview. Some people are bad at the set, great at the interview. You are one of those great at the set, and then it's like talking to a giant 5-year-old. I took a train to the train museum. It was nice. Thanks for having us.
I went to the sex museum.
Why don't you say something funny about it?
It made me never want to have sex again.
Why?
'Cause it was gross. It was weird. I did a 4D thing where like the chairs are rocking and it sprayed water in my face. It was really upsetting.
Was it like a squirt? Like, what was the reason for the water?
It was like I don't really understand. It was like you go into I think you go into a pussy and it sprays water in your face.
There it is. That's how it goes.
Should I have opened with that?
No, you're doing fine, Colin. It's all good, buddy.
Okay. It's my birthday. Bye. Okay.
Wow. All right. One more ultra lame thing to say.
Okay.
Super crazy. All right, there he goes. Colin
All right,
Sledge,
thank you.
everyone.
Bye-bye.
Oh, Lord. These slow-moving flies. These flies are out of control, guys. We need to make sure this doesn't happen again. I'm sure there's ways around it. We have 12 fucking production assistants, all of them just watching flies all day, I'm sure. It's like, wow, that'll be fun. Maybe it'll add an exciting element to the show. Joe Rogan's Fly Museum. All right. I mean, what can I say, ladies and gentlemen? This is one of the wildest bucket pulls. She just happened a couple weeks ago. She's back. She is back. Make some noise for Juanita, everybody.
Kill Tony, do any of you suffer from depression, anxiety, mental health? Make some noise, yeah? That sucks, I don't. Just a perfectly normal 37-year-old overweight transgender comedy prodigy. Killing the game. I am. Now, a friend of the show and my 400-pound friend, Sally Contreras, she struggles with her mental health and she confided in me one day. She said, "Hey, I'm checking myself into a psych ward because I'm not feeling well." And I told her, that is good because you're taking action. She goes, "People keep telling me that, but what I want to do is walk my ass on the oncoming traffic." I told her, "Girl, don't you dare say that. Don't you dare do that. You're just gonna fuck up somebody's car. 400 pounds. I'm a good friend, though. I gave her advice. I said, you should walk in front of a train. It's more efficient.
Okay, Juanita. Hell yeah. How do you feel about that, Juanita?
I feel great.
Hell yeah.
Do you guys like it?
You. Yeah. I find it odd that you called out your friend by name on a huge show.
Oh,
And then talked about how they were suicidal. It's kind of crazy to do. You noticed that you did that at all?
no, I did. It was we've talked about talking about it on the show.
So you kind of like plugged her just then. It's like talking about how she wanted to kill herself on the biggest show in the industry. Do you think about these things, or have you become a woman that much to where you've become that selfish?
Yeah. The latter. No, but we did talk about that. That was actually a conversation that we had. and
So it was planned.
No, it happened a long time ago, but this is the first time I was able to do it as a bit.
All right. I like how your voice gets deeper. The deeper into sentences you go. No, we talked about it, but it's really what we wanted to do. There's a point where you get tired of having to keep up the act a little bit. We all see it. It's about 7 seconds into a sentence, she just starts fucking getting elevated. Yeah, no, I mean, like, it was really cool because, like, that's what we're into, you know what I mean? Come on, man, I'll say my name
This is
3
such
times.
cheap, dumb jokes, honestly.
All right. Juanita, remind us, how do you make money?
Oh, I work as a waitress at a restaurant right
A
now.
waitress. Where are you at? Tucky's? All right. Doesn't even make sense. That's a gas station. Instead of Bucky's, Tucky's, anybody?
Pressos.
Tucky cheese.
Tucky Cheese, even? Red Band? Tucky Cheese?
Tucky Dick. No, I work at a restaurant called Pressos.
Fresses. Oh, yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. Juanita, what do you do for fun? What do we not know about you? You've been on this show a couple times. You're
Yeah.
very lucky with getting pulled out of the bucket.
It's been crazy. I actually was like thinking about I didn't ever mention. My family doesn't know that I'm trans. Just my 2 sisters.
Really?
Yeah.
Who would be most shocked to know that you're trans?
Oh, probably my mom.
Right. I love it when you get serious. Probably my mom. Is it bad that I'm making fun of you for that? You're good with
No,
this,
I-
right?
no.
You have a great sense of
Yeah.
humor, Juanita. I love it.
Can your family see you?
It's a good question.
No, I have to dress down, I wear a hat or something, wear a button down.
Do you have?
Yeah, go ahead, Dave.
I'm almost to the point where, but honestly, like you're male to female.
Yes.
Oh, no, I don't.
Quarter T-Rex, maybe? Who knows?
No. Why Juanita?
Oh, that's just a stage name. Her real
Okay.
name is Whatta.
Oh, that's your. Okay, so
Yeah.
what nationality are you?
Pardon?
What nationality?
Oh, I'm Mexican.
Oh, okay. I just was curious. Okay.
There's a lot going on south of her border. You know?
I just yeah. Is it legal? No, I'm kidding. I'm sure it's not.
Not for long in Texas.
It's amazing that your family doesn't know. How often do you see your mom? What do you do?
Maybe once a year, Christmas.
And what do? You just wand up for that?
Yeah.
Just go straight wand?
Yeah, literally.
Put on a baseball cap, fucking...
Would your mom want you out of the family?
She might, I don't know.
James?
But just I assume you started to trans later, but you're Mexican. So you didn't have a quinceañera?
No, I didn't.
So you're a girl.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I still have
You're not a woman
I'm
yet.
a woman.
Explain to the 96% of people listening that don't know what you're...
When a Mexican girl turns 15, the community decides that she's now sexually available, and they put her in a very low-cut, busty gown. And they go to a park and they clog it up for hours. I didn't know about this before I came to this country, but
Did the last comic tell you about that?
no, I like that you mentioned trains as well, though. That's great.
Yeah.
Will you have a quinceanera?
I mean, if you help me throw it, James. Yeah.
No.
That would be fun.
But I was interested.
I mean, like, would you show up? Would you make an appearance?
Would you,
No, I'm a very...
would you make an appearance, James?
I'm
Will you make an appearance?
very...
Where is she? Tell us, James, will you go to the park? Do you want to go to the park?
You have fallen into the woman, but I was born.
Go to the park and you will find under second base on the third Little League field a note. Read that note and it will tell you what to do next. If you don't go to If you don't solve the riddle, I'm going to butt fuck you, James. Sincerely, Juanita.
He's right.
Wow, Juanita. You ever get bullied in like real life or anything, like out on the streets? Any of these wild crackheads ever talk shit or flirt with you?
Yeah,
What goes on?
One of them called me a f***it. Yeah. I was like walking by. He was like, "Hey,
I
faggot."
apologize for that.
Aw. Apology accepted. I know. I was like, "Oh man, can I say the N-word?" It was a black one.
Oh, yeah.
He called me.
Let me tell you,
didn't
just
say it.
because someone says you can or it feels like the right time, I found out you still can't.
It's absolutely.
You can if he's sucking your dick.
Juanita, how's the sex life been lately? Whiskey hole or has it been all moistened up?
No. I'm like I live with like this comic. He's like a 6'2" jujitsu guy.
All right, don't say his name or his fucking address or anything, Juanita.
No, but like it used to be that I'd like go and hang out at the bar by myself, and then somebody would always like approach me. But now I'm always with him, so I'm going through a dry spell. Everyone, I think, like they assume.
Going through a dry spell.
Huh?
I've been going through a dry spell.
Do you realize you do that though? Like you literally like have like a meltdown after a sentence.
It's when you say words that aren't feminine. When you're like, it's very dry.
I feel like that's very feminine.
It's kind of, no, hard.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Juanita, we love you. You've been on the show many times. You did it again. Another minute. There you go.
Yeah.
Another interview. Another Juanita. There they go. Oh my God. Thank God Almighty. No cock and balls there, boys. Oh, you have a bug zapper. And we handed it to the least likely person to effectively handle that without knocking over anything or hitting anyone. So perfect. How exciting. Howdy doody. This episode is brought to you by Prize Picks. Look, you and I make decisions every day, but on Prize Picks, being like for player is the
Folks, been vaping, but it's just not as satisfying as cigarettes. You ever try putting one of these out on your kid? Nothing. No reaction. Generation soft is a big reason why. Other day, my friend told me Tiger Woods is Native American. I was like, no shit, his name's Tiger Woods. Dad's name Bear Forest. Gotta watch what you say now, though. Like, we all know you're not allowed to say the word anymore. So now I just ignore my little brother. To be on the right side of history. And you shouldn't call them midgets anymore either. No. They prefer the term Mexican women. Yes, midgets, the original pocket pussies. Or as pedophiles call them, close enough, you know what I mean? Not saying too.
Pat O'Neill, you did it, buddy. Fuck yeah. Full minute 15. Laughs throughout.
I didn't hear the cat. I'm sorry.
You're good. You're good.
So nervous, Tony. I wish I was retarded right now.
I bet there's a lot going on in that head. You constantly look like you're being electrocuted at all times. It's unbelievable. You look like you could charge phones just by touching them like that.
All right, well, I think we could still be friends after that, but...
Hell yeah. I don't know what the fuck that means, but you're doing great, Pat. You're a funny guy. You were, I remember you from the Netflix taping here a while back. How's life changed since being on...
I'm an open micer.
Oh, perfect.
Still, so, yeah.
Perfect, great.
Bad at networking. Bad! And by that...
Bad at networking. What do you mean by that? Tell us more.
That I'm unlikable.
Okay. All right. That doesn't mean you don't have a chance. Look at me.
Fair enough.
I would say you're much more likable than me. I would say. I mean, look at you.
I like you.
Thanks, buddy. You know what? Let's get the fuck out of here, dude. Remind us, Pat, what do you do for work?
I work for, like, a mortgage company. It's not...
Wait, I thought you said morgue at first, and I would have believed that. You have morgue energies. James McCann.
I've been thinking about the energy. I think you have the energy of, like, documentary footage of a comic from the 80s.
Yeah, he looks like a headshot. Right
But, like, who goes on to have a huge cocaine problem and do voiceovers in cartoons. But you look like you're from the past. You have a 1980s young man face. Am I wrong? Am I going insane?
No, you're right. You're spot on.
No, like Dennis Wolfberg, like he died in the 80s.
You're of
for real.
another time.
I love these references, guys, but let's keep it on Pat here.
Dennis Wolfberg? No? Yeah, nobody would. I'm 40.
That's perfect. Okay, Pat. Pat. Let's talk about it, buddy. What do you do with the rest of your life looking what you look like?
I don't know. I like steak. I like candy.
Okay.
I like girls. I like movies.
You go on dates a lot?
Yeah, I'm straight.
Okay. When you go on dates, how do you find people? Gay people go on dates too, by the way. I don't know if you know that. They do.
They just fuck.
All right, okay. Straight to that. You're very excited tonight, Pat. Look at you.
Come on, kill Tony.
You're damn right.
I like steak. I like girls. I like candy.
Yeah.
That's the best response I've ever heard.
It's great.
This dude's an alien that studied us and just came here. I like what everybody likes.
You've watched a lot
Steak.
of old test footage from the earlier part of the 20th century, and you're going, they like girls, they like candy, they like big smiles and good times. Gay guys just fuck. All right, I can say that. I like everything I'm seeing.
Thank you, James.
Where are you from?
Massachusetts. I live here now.
Okay. There's one retarded lady from Massachusetts in the back. So, Pat, when you go on these dates, where do you find these victims, people? Like, is it a dating app that you're on or something? Or
Well, I'm single now. Fingers crossed. We're still early on. I was talking to that girl backstage.
Heidi? Heidi or Juanita?
you could be next. You could be next. Fuck! So, like, the last date that you went on, tell us what that was like. What did you do? What happened?
Quinceanera?
I don't know. I've never understood quinceañeras because it's like the day they become a woman, but they're already pregnant.
Oh, shit. Pat O'Neill's got it. Pat O'Neill's got a quinceanera joke. There it is. So, Pat, this last date that you've avoided the question on 9 times successfully, we're back at it. Last date you were on.
All right. I mean, honest answer. I just broke up with my lady friend, who's also a very delightful comic. And
Perfect. Why did you break up with her?
I live here.
Oh, she lives somewhere else.
Yes.
Massachusetts still?
Yes.
Oh, my goodness. And how did you do it? Over the phone?
Well, I didn't do it. Look at me.
She broke up with you? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. What did she say to you? Did it come as a surprise to you?
She said we're not dating. I don't know. Sort of a blur.
Did you just break into her house?
No, it's a long-distance relationship, or else he would have. So she kind of broke your heart when this happened?
Nah.
How recently did this happen? No, just starts crying.
Nah, see? No, never. You can't break a heart which doesn't exist. I ate candy and steak and filled that part of my soul because that's what I do because I'm a real human being.
Yep.
Come here, let me charge your phone for you.
Let's talk about it, Pat. You hear that gentle piano music. You know what that means. Tell us.
3 weeks ago.
Okay, Pat, all right. You're such a funny-looking guy, Pat. It's incredible. Everything about you is so comedic.
It was 3... Oh, spotlight's gone. No.
You ever do funny stuff at the mortgage place?
No, I was lucky to keep it after Netflix, so they're good people, and they will...
When you go on dates or you work, do you like comb your hair different or anything like that? Or
I don't
Question.
know.
That's actually a great question, Red.
I put the Rogan on way too close to a sun hat this afternoon, so it's worse than normal.
The question was, when you go on a date...
I don't know what it looks like right now, but yes, I tried.
It's pretty wild right now. I don't know if you've ever seen the portrait of Mao Zedong, but it looks like...
looks like your forehead has a thong on right now.
Red band.
Wow, it is incredible. Do people just like laugh at you sometimes when they see you?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm having my looks insulted by Red Band right now, so if that isn't all you need to know about the shit I get.
You're a funny guy, Pat. Red Band?
I would love to have you on the Secret Show Thursday.
You already have a big joke book, right? There he goes. Pat O'Neill, everybody. Oh, yeah. Wacky looking guy. All right, we're going to keep this fun train moving along. Your third bucket pull goes by the name of Olivia Coughlin, everybody. Olivia Coughlin.
Jill Biden is a historic figure. She was a first lady and a fake doctor. And during the Biden administration, she actually took over presidential duties, historically becoming the first fake female president of the United States of America. The Biden administration was kind of like America's Next Top Model, but for female presidents, with different random women all taking turns trying out his power. It was a shit show, and Jill won. So speaking of America, I came home the other day and I found my cleaner eating my salad. She was in the kitchen, hunched over, eating out of the takeout box, and I walked in, and then she like freaked out when she saw me and like ran to put it away, and I was like, "Ah, Olivia!" And forgot my bit. I forgot the rest of it. Sorry. She was like, "Ah, Olivia!" And I didn't know what was going on at first because I didn't realize it was my salad she was eating. I thought she was just eating her own food, so. Okay, that's all.
Wow. Olivia Coughlin. Welcome, welcome. Is that your first time trying stand-up?
Yep, first time.
Holy shit, yeah, I could tell. Congratulations. That's amazing. What made you pick this show to start on? I find it so intriguing when people are like, yeah, I'll just fucking go out there and show everybody what's up. Right from the get, before learning, mic technique, or being able to remember an entire 60 seconds, or calling your housekeeper or maid a cleaner.
Yes.
Somehow that's the most racist thing I think anybody's ever done in the history of the show. You just call them a cleaner?
I thought people would know more if I said cleaner rather than house cleaner. I don't know why, because people will call them cleaners. Yeah.
I didn't even say that. A housekeeper. The keeper of a house.
Well, I call her my cleaner.
Oh my God. What ethnicity are you?
I'm white.
Yeah, but what kind of white?
I'm mostly Irish. I know I don't look like it, but yeah.
Right.
You should have just said Mexican and saved yourself.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. No doubt about it.
Like as just a tip moving forward, it can sometimes be hard for people to like you on stage when you boast about having a cleaner. Like, we would all love to have cleaner money.
It's true.
But I heard that and I thought, fuck, I wish I was able to afford a salad and a woman to help me. So I eat Taco Bell after Taco Bell alone in filth. Maybe you got some jokes about your private jet to share with us all as well, eh?
I mean, you don't even pay her enough that she can afford to eat her own fucking salad.
It was an awkward moment for sure. She's like our lifelong cleaner, and so I felt.
So I'm sorry.
Lifelong cleaner. Just call her a slave, dude. Call her a slave. What ethnicity is she? Oh yeah, the horn players know what ethnicity she is. How do you have a cleaner? What have you been doing with your life?
This was back when at my parents' house, so this was a while ago.
Your parents rich?
They're doing okay.
What did your dad do for a living?
My dad's a pilot. My mom's a travel agent.
Okay. All right, that's cute. And how about you? What do you do for work?
I just got a job at a tennis place.
Tennis place?
Tennis.
So what exactly are you doing at a tennis place?
Tennis thing. I clean. No, I'm just kidding.
Hey, there's a glimpse of funny in there. Look at that. Look at that. She accidentally was funny there. I like that. It's the big moment right there. What the fuck are you doing at a tennis place?
Stringing rackets and helping people.
You play tennis your whole life or
Nope.
something? You just got into the tennis business.
I just thought I could walk in and just do it and nothing would go wrong and everything would be great.
That's fucking crazy.
And it worked out. It worked out. It was okay.
So you just basically would have done any job at all, and you ended up in tennis?
Kind of. And then
What did you do before that?
I was trying to be a screenwriter. It's
Ooh,
difficult.
wow, yeah, it's very
But yeah, I
difficult.
forgot all my words again. Oh my god. So yeah, yep, that didn't work out.
Okay. Olivia, do people tell you that you're funny a lot?
Yeah.
What's like the funniest thing you've ever done in your life, you think? That it's something that happened in which you're like, wow, I think I belong on a comedy stage.
I don't know. It's more I say funny things when I can remember them, and then I don't really do funny things. Yeah.
Did you ever yell at a housekeeper?
No, I was very nice to her. I pretended like nothing. I never saw it, and I was just like, "Hey, what's up?" And then we just kept going on. And
You put fentanyl in her salad?
no, I was gonna say that I forgot my joke, but I'll do it next time.
What kind of salad
No. You don't even know what the fuck a salad is. Shut up. You don't know what the fuck a salad is. You just know the dressings. All right. Do you have any like special skills or talents? Have you ever done anything in front of a group of people before?
Not really.
Not what?
Not really in front of a crowd. No, not really.
Like nothing ever before?
Nothing like on stage. No.
How about not on stage? What did you do?
Like, what do you mean? Have I ever done anything, or what do you?
I don't know. Fucking anything. Anything at all about you, other than the fact that you string tennis rackets.
I smoke a lot of weed.
There you go. That's a way to get the people on your side.
Yeah. I chill at home with my roommates.
How many roommates do you have?
2.
Why?
Just because I thought that it would be better to live with some people rather than by myself.
Okay.
All alone.
No man in your life or
No
anything?
man. So
Why is that?
I'm very picky.
Ooh, okay.
I sound like an asshole, but
It's great. It's great. It's
I'm
great.
very
So
nice.
let's talk about it. When you
Okay.
say you're picky, what are things that guys have had or wrong with them in the past that you didn't like?
Maybe like not like manly enough.
Ooh, can you give us an example of a time that a man wasn't manly enough? Maybe he did something that wasn't manly enough.
No,
Or
I can't-
you-
I can't.
This is from your life. You can think about anything that's happened to you.
Now I'm just thinking about the tennis place. Maybe I can't think of anything. Well, tennis is pretty feminine. Anyone that plays tennis is not really my type. So like,
James McCann, what are you thinking over here?
I don't think Rafael Nadal is sufficiently masculine. But I mean, there are a lot of men on stage. Where is the midpoint? Where is the least manly but acceptably manly man? Do you know what I mean? I mean, am I manly enough for you? My voice. Wow.
Yes.
Whoa.
Is Tony manly enough?
I think so.
Okay, the bar's pretty low. That's a great
Good answer.
So you've broken up with guys in the past because they weren't manly enough, though.
Yeah.
But you don't recall an example of what they did or wasn't manly enough about them.
I can't think of a specific example, no.
They said, go out there and punch the cleaner in the throat right now. You should. No, you wouldn't have said that.
Who's the cleaner?
Sexually weak?
What?
Like they couldn't fuck good? I'm sorry.
Well, that's that's
so
obviously
sharp.
it. That is a turnoff for sure.
What's a turnoff?
Sexually weak.
Coming too quick?
Has that ever happened with you?
Yeah.
Okay, so can you give an example of that, where a man was too sexually weak? This is where you would reference during an interview a
You guys
part
talk
of your
about
life.
that of all things.
You like to have your pussy eaten good.
Here you go, Olivia. Here's a little joke bug. You did it. You had your first time on the show. She started here, as you could tell. That Jill Biden material, struggling for 45 seconds. Ended it with a cleaner, something about a salad we'll never really know. Wow. Imagine that. The roommates are gonna have to watch that set. All right, you guys still having fun out there? Make some noise for your next bucket pull, everybody. It's Mario Z.
So I'm 45 years old, and on top of looking like Ian Financial Ruin, the thing that sucks the most for me is all the things that I loved when I was a kid are ruined. You know what I loved? Bill Cosby. And I know that shit sounds mental to say nowadays, but like I grew up with Bill Cosby. Watch all of his shows, Kids Say the Darndest Things, Fat Albert, The Cosby Show, and all of these shows have lessons that taught you how to be a good person, ironically, from Bill Cosby, you know? But like he was my hero, right? So when the allegations came out, I couldn't believe it. I was like, that's America's dad. And the evidence came out, and I was like, fucking Bill. You know? But even though I couldn't defend him, there were people who said dumb shit like, well, it happened so long ago, what does it even matter? And fuck those people, all right? Bill Cosby's gonna be remembered for all the bad shit that he did, because he wasn't on the Lakers. Kobe! Hey, maybe if Bill had a fistful of rings instead of a fistful of Quaaludes, maybe we could overlook a couple of things, you know? Bill heard the news and was dying to get on a helicopter, y'all. Thank you.
All right, Mario Z. You've been on this show before, Mario?
I have.
Right. Good to see you again.
Glad to be back.
Remind us, how long you been doing stand-up? What do you do for work?
Stand-up 12 years. For work, I make porn. Yep.
Okay, what kind of porn do you make?
Giantess porn with my wife. Yeah. She was on in December.
You have a big...
Giantess porn, like 50-foot woman shit. You guys don't like big titties?
It's hot.
Okay, what is it again?
Giantess porn, so like 50-foot woman stuff.
Is she really big?
My wife is taller than me.
Okay.
Yeah. I did it.
But what makes it a giantess porn?
Oh,
Explain that to,
okay.
again, to
Got
everyone
it.
else in the world.
Got it. Okay.
Other than
So,
Red Band's pig ass.
Oh, I love Giantess porn. Look out, man. This guy's a fucking Tarantino. Fucking Giant. You don't even know, dude. This fucking guy. I'm gonna have to provide so many questions for him, dude.
Yeah.
How excited Red Band.
I
It's
think my
childlike wonder over here.
I think my ex actually, he made a movie with my ex.
Okay. All right, Juanita. Let's fucking shout out more people. Jesus fucking
Warnies.
Christ.
Yeah. So I do video editing, and so pandemic happened. We moved to Philly, and I got a job, and we were fucking broke. I lost the job because it was a shitty job, and we were trying to figure out shit to do. And we threw out a video, and somebody's like, "Hey, can you make me this custom?" And we're like, "Well, these are the things we won't do," and they're like, "Done." And
List
so,
of things that you wouldn't do.
List nudity, no nudity, and that's basically it.
Wait.
No.
God damn it. I'm the one wondering if I'm kind of loopy this episode, or if the answers that I'm getting are so retarded. One of the things you wouldn't do in a porn is nudity.
Okay,
So-
that's what I was thinking
Yeah.
too.
Yeah. Okay. So fetish porn isn't necessarily about sex.
Yes, it is.
I don't know what your kinks are, man.
I like sex.
Me too.
So the video is just what, like the camera on the floor and the woman looking big?
I do video editing, so we do like green screen stuff. We put her like in a city. She stomps around and like breaks shit.
G.I. Joe's on her crotch.
Okay, Red Band, please, for the love of
Is that
God.
what it is?
Let the guy fucking...
No.
I don't
It's
understand.
Hot Wheels cars on a fat woman?
I feel like you know more than I do.
So it's basically green screen, make-believe, giant girl
Yeah. It's
stuff.
more like the story of
What's the most sexual thing that she does in this porn?
She wears a bikini.
But you call it porn?
Okay, so a lot of it is like...
Who buys
Well, people...
Can
okay,
you say
so...
his name?
Creepy short guys?
A lot of people buy it, actually. Yeah, well, maybe. I don't know. But it's more about, like the domination of it, like the actions. So it's like, not necessarily the sexuality of the woman, but like her presence in a scene. It's fetish porn!
It's for guys that like...
I don't think I've ever...
Don't you miss the good old days when Playboy would just show you a smiling blonde woman's nipples? Wasn't America whole back then? Before all of this degenerate big woman with clothes on stuff?
Remember a
Unbelievable.
vagina with hair on it?
You're very old.
And this is how both of you make your money, is by doing this?
We don't do that anymore. She's a behavioral therapist, and...
So how do you make money?
We make passive income on the porn. So, like, stuff that we made like 5 years ago is still
You're
selling.
getting fucking residuals on your giantess porn?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
But she's tall, not like...
What's
like,
that?
Clips for sale?
Clips for sale. We have our own personal site. We also do, like, other stuff like OnlyFans and stuff like that. We do, like, picture sets and shit like that.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
All right, anything else?
Times are tough during COVID.
You know it's over, right?
Well, that's why we stopped doing it, but we're still making the money on it.
Okay.
Can anyone do this?
I mean, sure, yeah. Anybody can do anything, right?
Well, I mean, it sounds like the most doable porn ever.
It really is. That's what I'm saying. That's why, like, we were able to do it. If I was like, hey, can I bang you in front of a camera? She'd be like, fuck you, you know? So.
Like, I'll do a lot of porn if I don't gotta get naked.
Technically, I think we're doing porn right now, is what I'm finding out.
Somebody's gonna jack off to this,
Yeah,
I
for
promise
sure.
you. Yeah.
100%.
We're doing some giantess shit.
Yeah. No doubt about it. We're the giantest comedy show in the world right now. All right, you already have a little joke book?
No, I have a big one.
There you go. You're getting a little one this time.
All right, thanks.
There was a lot of clunk around that. But the Lakers part was funny. Long setup. Ineffective tags. Let's change the mood in here a little bit, everybody. We have one of our most famous regulars of all time here to do a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, sing along if you know the words. This is Hans Kim.
Hey, what's up? It's good to be here. I got kind of nervous when all those Democrats left the state earlier this month. Because usually when politicians leave Texas, it means there's a natural disaster coming. A lot of people have a Nancy Pelosi stock tracker. I have a Ted Cruz weather app. And whenever he's in Cancun, you know to layer up. Yeah, I have a Jewish girlfriend, I found out, so that helps with the weather thing. Yeah, my girlfriend is Jewish, which means we're gonna have Asian Jewish babies. There's just gonna be lines of computer code that reset your credit score. But yeah, just a different time. When I was a kid, trans fats were bad. Thank you guys.
Wow. Tony's own Hans Kim. Absolutely crushing. Multiple punchlines scattered throughout a minute. Honest, pure, from your perspective. All stuff true to you. And there he is. This is the man who's notoriously the greatest interviewee in the history of the show. He cannot tell a lie. He constantly overshares. And the interview begins now. Welcome back, Hans.
Thank you, Tony.
How do you feel?
I feel great. I'm ready to tell you about my sex life.
Go right ahead if that's what you want to do. I mean, I wasn't even going to ask about that, but if that's what you want to talk about, you can go right ahead.
Well, I mean, I think I covered all of it.
Have you ever seen giantess porn before? You have.
Yeah.
See, you're the kind of guy that would be into that.
Yeah, I was kind of intrigued.
Ooh. So you've seen it before. What happened in the giantess porn that you've seen? Can you describe it, please? Ha ha ha.
Well, it's Amazon Amanda. Some of you might know.
You know Amazon Amanda? Really? Let me see. Good, look her up. Amazon Amanda.
Yeah, she just dangles a woman and tickles her feet.
Which part are you into?
Just the tickling, the whole tickling thing.
You love tickling, huh?
Yeah. Tickling, not. I don't like to be tickled.
You don't?
No, I hate it.
How bad do you hate it?
It's like a nightmare, like a sexual nightmare.
Well, you never should have let me know. But...
Yeah, I mean, James, you in the mood to tickle him a little bit? How many of you think we should let James tickle Hans? Is that her? Oh my God, Amazon Amanda is huge. No, here's what you do. You get behind him. Hans, you face the crowd. He's looking at it. You can't see it happening. It's different when you see it.
Do the ghost tickle.
Don't turn around, Hans. You're not allowed to turn around.
I could tickle him.
Oh, that's poking. He's doing some kind of wacky Australian-Irish poking.
I'll get you when here's how we tickle in the other hemisphere.
Ew, he just poked. That's not a good tickle. You gotta go in there. You gotta hit those riblets, dude. No one... The armpits don't really work. This is fun.
Now I get why it's porn.
Yeah. You could find that clip on Clips for Sale. Amazing. Amazon Amanda is humongous, by the way.
Yeah, it's like a power thing. It's crazy.
Wow. And you're into that.
Yeah, that's gross.
Let's talk to Dave Land.
Oh, God, what?
Yeah.
Did you get your watch back?
No. No, he didn't get the watch back.
Oh, that sucks. I feel bad about that.
It's okay. It's not your fault.
Was she bigger?
No, she was petite.
Here, give me that. I want
Is that this water?
You see this, Hans?
Yes, Tony.
This is a new feature on the show. You know what we do with this?
Is it?
It's the super tickler. Touch you with this. You're gonna feel a... All right. Hans, what else is going on in your life? You commit any crimes lately? You get pulled over by the police?
I did.
You did?
In Mississippi, a black police officer
Oh.
pulled me over.
Oh
so
my
I
God.
don't know where that lies in MLK's dream.
But no, she obviously pulled you over not for the color of your skin, but for the quality of your driving.
Tell us how this went down when you got pulled over.
I was going 78 in a 70 or something like that, and you know, it was just like a speed trap, and
Tell that bitch I need my racket restrung. $78 and a 70.
yeah, it might have been 84. But yeah, it was just a quick, you know, it's like very efficient. He just, you know, wrote it, you know, sent me on my way. Great having black cops, you know, they know what it's like.
Well, here he is. We have the official state trooper of Mississippi. Famously, one of the worst state highway patrolmen in all of Mississippi. I swear to God, when I find you, you're gonna be in real trouble, motherfucker. I felt that breeze. That's at least 82, 83 miles an hour. Hansi boy Kim, having fun in Mississippi. The shows have been good. Everything's good.
Yeah, I went to San Antonio with Timmy No Brakes.
Ooh, the newest superstar, another non-handicapped golden ticket winner.
Yeah, San Antonio was made for Timmy No Brakes.
Tell us what you mean when you say that.
It's just like, you know, just fucking rowdy people, just fucking drinking and just fucking yelling at Timmy. It's kind of aggressive. But no, it was great. He murdered. It was amazing. I was in other cities. You know, I had to go through Mississippi, so, you know, it's kind of, you know, ups and downs. But yeah, I got a lot of guys coming up to me telling me about guns and like guys that can kill me now, like just tell me that they can do that. You know, it's not very tactical to tell everyone you have a gun. So I'm kind of at a disadvantage here. But yeah, I'm kind of just chilling. I have my guns.
Was it mainly white people in Mississippi showing you their guns?
Yeah. I don't think black people are into like the, you know, the round millimeter shit. They're just like, you know, using it.
How about nerdy stuff, Hans? How's your nerd life been going? What have you been doing in that department? Any new hobbies in your...
I got back into StarCraft 2. I'm a Diamond League 2v2 player.
Wow. Incredible. Are you good at Rubik's Cube?
I'm very bad. I could do the first 2 rows, but not the bottom row.
All right, perfect. Guess we won't be using that tonight. All right, Hans, fun times. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
the legend, Hans Kim, ladies and gentlemen. All right, your next bucket full, ladies and gentlemen, goes by the name of Isaac Kane Brown. We're gonna meet them all together now. Isaac Kane Brown.
My girlfriend's a type 1 diabetic and a type 2 fucking bitch all the time. I think we should start thanking the spouses of veterans for their service. For real, guys, they're warriors. I mean, could you imagine hearing a firework and just getting the shit kicked out of you for absolutely no reason? Fuck the troops, dude. Fun fact, I don't know if you guys know this. Hennessy is made from grapes. That's fucked up. That's like light beer being made from ranch. You know exactly who's drinking it. Autocorrect can be confusing. For 3 months, I thought my dad was scared of ninjas. Which, looking back, doesn't make sense. Why would ninjas have pit bulls?
Damn it, just a little too long. Here, to say it again, why doesn't it make sense?
Why would ninjas have pit bulls?
Wow. There you go. There it is. Isaac Kane Brown, is this your first time on the show?
Nah.
Okay.
Third
time?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. How long have you been doing stand-up?
3 years now.
What do you do for work?
Nothing.
How are you able to survive without working?
VA disability.
Really? You're a veteran?
Yeah.
What branch?
Marine Corps.
Okay. What did you do in the Marine Corps?
I was an infantryman. Nothing too much.
You ever battle? You ever go to battle?
The only thing I battled was gay thoughts, and that was about it.
Wow. In that case, I deserve the Medal of Honor. But the VA gives you enough money to totally survive and live a normal life. So
I make it work.
Can you give us an example of how you, use your budget to your advantage?
ramen noodles, Chef Boyardee, and then I sell Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
Ah, there it is. The truth is out. I remember you now. Red band going, you don't know Yu-Gi-Oh? You don't fucking know Yu-Gi-Oh?
Yeah, what the fuck?
Yu-Gi-Oh and Giantess porn. It's a whole evening.
What?
What's your love life like, Isaac? You seem like a good-looking guy. You seem like you'd be the third Franco brother or something like that.
It's going good. I have a girlfriend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does she do comedy too?
No, she's a dog groomer.
Ooh, a dog groomer. All right.
I love it when she calls me a good boy.
All right, everybody's into some wild shit. Amazing. Fun. What do you guys think about Isaac Kane Brown? I'm asking the panel, not you guys. Anything there, James?
Do you ever dibbity-bobbity-dibbity-dob?
Well, you attacked the armed forces, but you were obviously in your set. You were being negative about military servicemen. No?
What did he say?
You said something nasty about the army.
Is that true?
You said fuck the troops.
Yeah.
But you were the troops.
Yeah.
Did you not get along with the troops?
No, they suck. Yeah.
What do you mean when you say that they suck?
Well, most people in the military are 18 to 22. And the only reason you join is because you got C's in high school.
Is that why you joined?
Yeah.
How old are you now, Isaac Kane Brown?
I'm 28.
28. And did you suffer a specific injury?
I got ejectocetoed out of a vehicle.
You what?
Vehicle hit a trench and I flew the fuck out the top of it.
Wow.
Yeah.
If there was any country you could wipe off the earth, which one would it be?
Great question.
Just one.
Yeah, you.
Israel.
Oh, all right. Okay, and we're back, everybody. We had to take a little commercial break there.
With that hair and nose, you're going to pick Israel?
Look, he already hates himself with the troops thing.
One of the flies flew into the hard drive there, so if the video came out a little jittery, it's all wacky. Beep boop, beep boop, beep boop. It's all fixed now, and we're back. Oh, there he is. When you hear the sound of a jungle bird, you know.
No way that's going on Netflix.
It's true. Maybe on Al Jazeera, but not. All right, Isaac Kane Brown. You're not Jewish yourself?
No.
No, you just look like that.
Yeah.
Okay. I love it.
What do you think about CEOs of healthcare companies?
You do have a look. And
We gotta teach him a lesson.
All right, Isaac, you already have a big joke book? There he goes, Isaac Kane Brown, everyone. The lovely Heidi, everybody. HeidiRegina.com is her new website. What a smoke show. I'll tell you, if I was into women, huh. All right, this looks like a new name, everybody. Make some noise for Augie Lee. Augie Lee. Here we go.
Hey, so I caught my girlfriend cheating on me. I got home from work and walked into our house because we live together. And I saw her making love with a man in my living room. So I bolted up and I said, "What's the big idea?" No, I mean, really, what's the big idea? I mean, what the fuck? No.
What the fuck?
What the fuck?
What is he hoping to get out of this?
Anyway, speaking of black guys, right? I mean, what the fuck? No, my cousin's dating a black guy, and she's having a baby soon. And yeah, okay, that's it. No.
You go.
And I'm like, what's that baby gonna be like, you know? Like,
Hey, yo, where the white babies at? Can I get a chocolate Newport? Can you? I need some studio time.
all right, thank you. Yeah.
No. Keep going. Just do all the material that you have. I'm very interested by you. Do you have more jokes?
No, not
Okay,
really.
perfect.
No, yeah,
All right.
yeah, that's good. That's good.
Augie Lee, I wanted to see if all your jokes halfway through you just turn into like a yeah. It seems like you have a little thing there.
Yeah.
You're like a really, really, really lazy Casey Rocket. I like it. Not a lot of movement, but a shit ton of charisma and very compelling material.
Thank you.
You have a little bit of your own style. How long you been doing stand-up?
About like 7 months.
Okay.
Yeah.
All of it here in Austin?
Yeah, well, starting in Seattle. I'm from Seattle.
And you just moved here?
Yeah.
Nice. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, James.
I just wondered what else you'd been doing since LMFAO broke up.
Yeah.
I like the hair.
No,
the
yeah,
hair's
no.
cool.
No, thanks. Yeah, I know. I'm like chimichanga libre. I don't know. Nacho libre. Never mind. Forget about it.
Perfect.
Yep.
Are you Mexican?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, Hispanic, something like that.
Yeah. Perfect.
Mutt.
What do you do for work, Augie Lee?
I work at a thrift store.
Do you?
I do actually.
Okay.
That means steal carburetors?
No, but I do work with some Mexicans.
You see some crazy stuff working at a thrift store? People trying to make deals?
Oh yeah.
Tell us about it.
I got like guys coming in, and like someone will drop something off, and the thing is, it's required to bring it inside, and we tag it, price it, whatever. And I'll get people being like, "Hey, we'll slip you a 20," you know? And I'm like, I don't know, but you know, we get like, I got like Seinfeld collections and like
VHS.
Yeah, like cool. Yeah, just cool like vintage shit, I guess.
Wow.
Gucci sunglasses.
They pay you for bringing stuff to a thrift store?
No. Other people. I get paid to bring it in, while other people donate.
I'm sorry, I had a very exciting moment where I thought I could get rid of all my shit.
Yeah.
But what you said, they're coming in and they're complaining. They're like, this should be 20.
Yeah, exactly.
But they're not getting any money for it. They just want the dignity of the product to get a high price.
Yeah.
That's weird.
It is weird. It's like, come on, we're doing it like a third of the price anyways, or whatever.
Augie, do you do drugs?
I don't know. Tony, does it look like you do drugs? You know what?
Yeah, it does.
A little bit.
What kind of drugs do you do?
I like acid a lot.
Okay. When's the last time you did acid?
What time today?
Well, actually, I did it like a couple weeks ago, and while I was on acid, we were just chilling on the couch, and we were trying to write something, but we saw a rat run across into my bathroom. Yeah. I was like, is this real?
Yeah.
And they, the rat, it was the whole thing on acid, and my friends were just fucking with me the whole night. That was the last time I took acid, by the way. That was it. I mean,
a few weeks ago.
Yeah, a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome. How about drinking? You do a lot of drinking?
Like a Jack and Coke guy.
How about
bath
today?
salts? Sorry.
Did you drink today?
What if I just fucking eat his face off? And
Kill Tony!
You're a wild boy, Augie. Did you drink today, Augie?
Yeah, a little. I had one drink. My friend Matt was like, "You're getting one drink only. You don't, you know, he's gonna fuck with you." I was like, okay. And then I'm here.
It happened.
Yeah.
You scared? How do you
A little
feel?
bit. I've been watching you guys since I was like 13 years old. So
Wow.
it's like, yeah.
How old are you now?
I'm 24.
Amazing. Okay. So, with that said, you've been watching that long. You're in the interview part right now.
I know.
What would you want you to do in this part of the show? You've been watching for a long time.
Wow.
This is it. anything?
I know,
happen?
right?
You good at anything? You have any special skills or talents? You know how to yodel or anything like that?
No, I can't.
So no.
No,
Okay.
but I'll always try. I'll try anything once. I like karaoke. I love karaoke.
I bet you do.
I make music and stuff too, but I will sing anything.
No.
But no, don't let me do that because I.
Anything crazy about your family or your life history? Any near-death experiences? You ever save anybody's life? You ever do anything good?
Save anyone's life.
Ever done an act of service?
Oh boy, this is a good question. I don't think I have ever done anything good.
Okay, what's the worst thing you've ever done?
Ooh,
You ever
that's
commit
better.
a crime or anything like that? Have you ever had any brain injuries? Or
Brain
anything?
injury.
Concussions?
No, I don't know.
Okay.
No, I don't know if I've done anything bad or good, Tony. This is a hard question. I'm trying to think of like.
When you say we, do you mean you?
He likes you. No, he doesn't. Yes. Yeah. No, I meant I meant you too, right? No. Yeah.
All right, Augie. You're a silly boy.
Thank you.
But you know what? I'm going to give you a big joke book, Augie.
Wow.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I liked your set.
I appreciate you.
Got a little
All right.
tightened up during the interview, but there he goes. Augie Lee.
Thank you.
I like silly shit, like when it goes silly.
Yeah, he's pretty silly. He's a silly guy. Let's keep it moving along. You guys still having fun out there? How many of you like it when comedians do good on this show? How many of you like it when comedians do bad on this show? Well, you must be having a blast tonight. Mixed Noise for your next bucket pool, it's John Bechtel. John Bechtel.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you're in for a treat, so let's see how it goes. Austin, Texas, how's it going? RFK, it's on fucking sight. Without these food dyes, how am I gonna know which M&M I wanna fuck now? Joke's on you. It's the yellow one. I love that big dumb slut. Hey, y'all, give it up, Mother Chip. I know this is a crowd of true, blue, red 40-blooded Americans. Am I goddamn right? No, these music biopics, they're crazy. They're making like a Bruce Springsteen one. What, in 20 years, the clone of Timothy Chalamet is gonna star in a One Direction movie that gets nominated for an Academy Award, where we learn what direction that band was about? Down! We'll get a story about XXX Tentacion's older brother, XI11Tion. The story of Little Uzi Vert's dad, Big Gatling Gun Horizontal. All of his friends are alive. How Rob Thomas from Matchbox 20 is just like, yeah, hindsight's Matchbox 2020. I know Joanne, she loves fabrics. I wouldn't trust a single Jason with a deli. Hell yeah, y'all.
John Bechtel. You're a wild boy. Look at you. Again, this is like the third guy tonight that just looks like a pure fucking comedian. I mean, you look like you've been exclusively only eating plastics your entire life.
I can't even buy macroplastics.
Yeah, you look like you pour the water out of the plastic bottle and just start chewing on it. Just straight plastic bottle eater.
Robin flavors, like, that's an upgrade.
It is incredible. You are something else. I mean, look at you. You are a wild boy.
Thank you very much. How's it going?
Good. Fantastic. How long have you been a full-grown garden gnome?
Ever since I made that wish 3 full moons ago.
How long have you been exclusively only eating beef jerky? You seem dry.
I've never been able to afford that shit. I'm
Okay.
that poor.
Okay, tell us about your budget. Tell us what do you eat?
So luckily I work at a restaurant that gives us free food. I think that's great. I think that legally that should be the case.
Yeah.
Because goddamn it, I can't afford anything on these motherfuckers.
My God, incredible. So what's your living situation? You live alone?
I've got some roommates.
Okay,
Yeah,
tell us
no.
about the situation. How many roommates?
2 roommates. They're married. Josh and Maria McCauley. They're absolute saints.
Everybody's just shouting people out tonight.
Yeah.
This is a ticking time bomb.
No, they're absolute saints. I wouldn't have a living like situation. if
You
I
had a
didn't
what?
I wouldn't have a living situation if
Right.
I wasn't doing comedy and
love
met
it.
cool people.
Yes, absolutely. So where'd you meet them at?
Open mic at Tiniest Bar in Texas.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thought you were gonna say AA there for a second. Are you sober?
We went over this last time. I'm 2 years sober. Eventually.
Okay, but not yet.
Not yet.
Did the line work better the last time you did it?
Kind of did actually.
Okay, so John, you're working at a restaurant.
Yeah.
You got roommates. You guys share one bathroom?
Oh God, that is the biggest upgrade in my quality of life I've ever had. Having my own goddamn bathroom.
Yes.
My old roommate Jake. Oh, this dipshit. My old roommate Jake Anderson.
Okay, stop calling people out by their full names, John.
Would take a
Not
bath
cool.
for 4 hours. Like this Grendel ass motherfucker just sitting in there. Like he would just sit there and be like, dude, like you could just like, you know, knock. And I'm like, you've been in here for 5 hours, motherfucker.
Do you ever take a shit while he's sitting there in the bathtub?
He kept the curtain closed, so I took a piss in protest once.
Wow, look at you. You look crazy, John.
Yeah.
What do you drink exactly?
Vodka and kettle. Vodka.
Sure, yes, we're totally comparable, John. What's your drink?
Vodka tonic.
How many of those do you drink a day?
I've had 2 today.
Really?
Yeah.
Only 2?
Only 2.
You
now
sure?
they do serve pitchers next door at Shakespeare's.
Did you have one of the pitchers?
I tried to, and then y'all called me.
Okay. You know what we're gonna do? Let's do a breathalyzer test on this guy. We have a new breathalyzer that we've never tried out before. This is a brand new test in the history of Kill Tony.
This is gonna be
We've
great.
never done this before. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the lovely Heidi, everyone. You know how to do this thing, Heidi? Okay, it's on.
I'm a professional taking breathalyzer tests.
All right. Fucking blow you, creep. The thing reads disgusting.
It just says halitosis.
What does it say, Heidi? 0.0. Yeah, you gotta.
That's usually lines.
Blow you. Jesus Christ Almighty.
0.03.
All right, there you go. I think that's
genuinely crazy.
Slightly over the legal limit, right? Or no, it's under.
No, it's way under.
Yeah,
Way under.
You look trashed.
I look like trash, Tony.
What's your love life like, John? Is there anyone that's into that? We found out tonight people have a lot of crazy fetishes.
Oh God. Well, mine's about like not having a fetish. So I had an old fuck buddy of mine. She told me not to tell the story.
Great. Please do not say her full name.
What's her full name? So her name is Michelle Obama. So she just recently became a juggalette, and we're hooking up, and she's like, John, I think this is gonna be a deal breaker, and it's like we've been fucking for like 8 years.
So what's gonna be a deal breaker?
Well, her playlist, she's just become a juggalette.
There's nothing else?
It's all brand new, like music to her. So there's like 4 songs.
Did you go to the
Just-
gathering?
Not yet. Didn't get invited.
All right.
She starts stocking the fridge of Faygo, you know.
So why would it not work out if she's into different music?
Well, she wants me to be into it. This is what she started listening to.
Right.
There's about 4 songs in the playlist.
What does she have?
That on repeat during sex.
But she's got that insane clown pussy now. So you're as cheap and wrong. You should fix your situation. This long-term fuck buddy thing is a real mistake.
Oh yeah, no. I'm out of the situation. The insane clown posse's now in the situation.
Well, at least they didn't come out here with a blood test.
John, before you go, tell us the
Much more
craziest
salad
thing
than
about
I
your
got on.
entire life that we don't know about you right now.
I fell into the sewer last year. I'm trying to find a good lawyer to help me sue the city of Austin to help with that.
Okay,
so-
please tell us exactly what happened. I think we're finding out exactly why you look the way you look. It took It took 7.5 minutes for us to get there. The old pot calling the kettle black. Old nuclear fucking wiener dog over here.
So this is the story of how I went home. I'm walking down the street. I'm going down South First and Barton Springs by that Whataburger. What a lovely day. I turn to the left. I fucking fall about 8 feet into the fucking sewer.
Oh.
The fucking guy working on it didn't put a sign. He's just like smoking a joint on the side and being like, oh shit, what's going on over here? And I'm like, help me. Please.
Oh my You could definitely sue for that.
Dude. I've got like 90 stories like that. That's
You're
one
gonna
of them.
die.
Well, no,
Oh, probably, yeah.
No, seriously, you have everything.
Yeah.
You might be the strongest person alive, immune-wise, though.
That's what I'm saying.
You're like the Toxic Avenger without the, hero part and strength.
Yeah, and also unemployable.
Right.
So, yeah.
You've got 90 stories similar to falling down an open sewer?
Can you tell us one more? Do you have one more that you could think of?
When I was a kid, I was attacked by a pelican on a school trip.
Oh my God.
You can't believe how hard it was to convince that teacher I didn't have my homework anymore.
Where were you visiting?
Fucking SeaWorld, so the teachers didn't have to work.
Oh my God. How hard did it attack you?
I mean, like, I'm no longer friends with those goddamn dirty birds.
You were friends with the pelicans before.
I thought they're pretty neat. You know, I like who's the one? Like the fucking, it's the tuna guy? Like, the fish restaurant. I don't know.
Yeah.
Sunkiss?
Charlie.
No, it's a tuna. No. Like,
Mr. Tuna.
yeah, Mr. Tuna.
Mr. Tuna.
Classic character.
Sorry, but there are like 90 of these stories?
Yeah,
about-
okay.
Yeah.
You could be here all night.
No, but just rattle them. I'd like to hear one more.
What's number 88? Story number 88.
Number 88
Bechtel.
is...
Fell into a sewer, was 90. Attacked by pelicans,
At
89.
SeaWorld.
Number 88.
All right. One time I got the district manager of my job fired because he owed me $270 and he could not stop me from calling HR every single day.
So how did you get him fired?
Well, you know, this guy would hire like 16-year-olds. You know, just that was kind of his modus operandi.
Where was this job? What was this job?
Potbelly on Guadalupe.
Wow. Calls everything out by name.
File Kevin Snoga.
Old blackmail Bechtel. The doxer, John Bechtel, is here. Samantha Appleby, you bitch. Hey, party's not too hot.
You're a wild boy, John. You already have a big joke book?
I do not.
Here you go. There it is. John Bechtel, everyone. Talking about how he wants to fuck M&Ms, and honestly, I believe him. I believe him. Whoa. Whoa.
91?
Yeah, there it is. Story number 91. I was once walking off Kill Tony, and I almost died tripping on a cord. I need a lawyer if anybody has one. I did have a lawyer before, but he screwed me. His name... What the fuck is it? Fucking Henry. Thomas J. Henry. Thomas J. Henry. All right. Your next bucket bowl goes by the name of Alex Tarnow. Alex Tarnow, everyone. Here we go.
How you guys doing tonight? Good? Yeah, I'm doing good myself, all things considering. I'm single. I miss my ex-girlfriend because I miss doing chick shit. I love chick shit. Most guys in this room are like football, cars. Me, I'm like Hobby Lobby. Bath and Body Works. Love all that shit. I try to convince my guy friends to go with me, but they all just think I'm trying to fuck them. They're like, yo, let's go to a strip club. I'm like, that sounds fun. But you know what sounds fun? A farmer's market. Let's go get some locally sourced honey, dude. Some fresh produce, dude. I did go to that strip club, right? I like strip clubs, but I don't like that the gender roles are reversed at a strip club. The women come up to the men, and that's terrifying to me. I'm not used to that shit at all, and they're aggressive as fuck. Ladies, I understand your plight. I now know what it's like to be a hot chick. because I'm just there with my boys just trying to have a fun time at the strip club. And these money-hungry strippers like, you want to dance? You want to dance? And I'm like, leave me alone. I'm trying to have fun with my friends. Just because I dress this way doesn't mean I want attention. All right, thank you.
Alex Tarnow. Hell yeah. Welcome, welcome. Alex, we know you, right? Have you been on this show before?
Yes, I have, sir, yes.
You've been pulled out of the bucket.
Not pulled out of the bucket. I brought Chris Cilio, my roommate, my best friend.
That's right.
Yeah.
The golden ticket winner that's
Yes.
blind.
Mhm.
Incredible. How long have you guys been roommates?
We've been roommates for a short period of time, best friends for 10 years.
Wow. Amazing.
Yeah.
What's it like being best friends with a blind guy?
It's fine. I mean, like... it's fucking...
D-Madness, plug your ears.
Dude. Bro, like, you know, like simple shit where, like, it'll be, this one time I go into the bathroom, lights are off, doors open, right? I open the door and then he goes, dude. I'm like, well, fuck you.
Oh, that's amazing. Of course they don't need the lights on. Why the fuck would they? I've never even thought of that before. Blind people's electric bills must be incredible. God damn it, 35 cents? What the fuck did I do? How the hell is this even motherfucking possible?
It's all from the doorbell.
Yeah. Who been ringing that fucking doorbell that much? I'm gonna charge those motherfuckers. Doing my D Madness impression, D. I don't know if you could tell. That's you. I'm not really good at impressions, but that's. I love it. So what do you do for work, Alex Tarnow?
Me, so my background is in teaching, but right now the first job I was able to get when I moved to Austin, I'm currently a server at a retirement community.
Whoa, okay.
Yeah.
So you're just serving final meals constantly.
Dude, I mean, bro, I was like excited when I first got the job because I'm like, yo, I'm gonna fucking crush some old pussy, dude. And then I got the job, and then I was like, oh, bro, gross. This is not like what you Google online, dude.
Have any of the old ladies tried to fuck you?
Nah, come on, buddy.
Right.
No, not at all.
You would have crushed them, though.
I
You
would
are
have
correct.
destroyed.
You are adorably chubby. I mean, it is a very special kind of fat. I love that you lean into it by wearing shirts like that.
If you poke my belly, I giggle.
I bet you do. What are your foods of choice? What does it take to exactly make that shape?
So I have like a legendary Chipotle order.
Ooh, tell us
pretty
about
crazy.
this.
I get a steak bowl, but triple steak.
Oh my God,
and
yes.
Double large guac, extra toppings, dude.
What are your toppings of choice?
My top cheese, like the shredded cheese, right? Corn, you know.
The chili corn.
The corn, yeah.
You go red and green?
I do red and green, yeah.
Oh, you
M&M's?
I go pretty M&M. Rice Krispie treats.
It's like one of those wacky ice cream sundaes by the end of it. Crumbled Oreos.
I go ham with that too, dude. Dairy Queen is fucking.
You go ham with ham. What's your love life like, Alex?
I've been single now for 2 years. You know, yeah. So, you know, I've been.
You from Austin?
No, I'm from Miami.
Have you ever kissed a girl since you lived in Austin?
Not yet, no.
Not yet? Is there a girl out there? Is there a fan of the show that'll come up and give him his big first Austin kiss, this adorable boy? We have some of the greatest fans in all of show business. And famously, there's always a woman that, for the sake of the goodness of the State of the Union, come on, whoever you are. This is where the magic happens, everybody. This is a very long, famous portion of the show. It's called Kiss Me here on Kill Tony. This is Alex Tarnow, and this is his first kiss as an Austin, Texas resident. Okay. Hell yeah. That was a quick little peck there. How do you feel, Alex?
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you.
I believe this is a couple.
Yeah, it really is. You guys are both wearing Halloween shirts.
What? Why are you booing? Why are you
why
Who
are
are
they
you
booing?
offended by in that?
Great thing just right now.
You don't think he's a handsome, charismatic man with a funny joke about the strip club?
I look like a poor man's John Belushi.
Like a Jim Belushi? You look like a Jim Belushi.
Yeah, that's Jim Belushi.
Not Jim Belushi.
A poor man's Jim Belushi is Jim Belushi.
Yeah. That's what I was trying to say. I thought it was funny. I'm glad you...
It is, yeah. It's so funny. It's incredible. Okay, Alex.
Just make sure she's on top.
It's fucking murder if I'm on top.
What's your name, sweetheart? Talk into that microphone right there.
Elena.
Elena, how did you feel kissing Alex on this stage?
Oh, he's quite charming.
Wow, look at this. Oh my goodness. Hell yeah, this chick's gonna be walking in on a blind dude taking a shit in the dark in no time. This is incredible. Amazing. Amazing. Elena, where are you from?
Michigan.
Oh, okay. So this is like a 10 right here. This is a Michigan 10.
We do look like we make the perfect 10, though.
Yeah, 0-1 perhaps. I think Michael's seeing the 10 back there. All right. Thank you so much, Elena. Thank you, Alex Tarno. Fun times. Alex, how long's your longest set? How about a hand for Elena, everybody, being a good sport? What's the longest set you've ever done?
30 minutes.
30 minutes.
I would love to have you and the blind guy on the Secret Show Thursday.
Chris Celio and Alex Tarno just got booked on the Secret Show. Oh my goodness. Here we are coming right around the corner. All right. We have another bucket full, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise for Jackson Namey, everyone. Jackson Namey.
Appreciate it. I know I look like I got turned out at a Planet Fitness. It was a YMCA, fuck you, for real. I got PTSD, preconceived tendency to suck dick, and it's a disorder. And it's hereditary, some of you hoes better watch out. They call me Cronus the way I be eating kids. Pause, what the fuck? That's a Greek joke. They call me Percy Jackson the half-blood for real, but... They call my throat Slitterbond the way kids be sliding down it, but... It's a magic school bus on my tongue. Come on the magic school bus. Arnold, stop sucking dick behind the school bus again. I can tell there's some closeted energy. I can feel it in the crowd. That one time in college. With his uncle. With that girl who wasn't a girl who he thought it was a girl. But you ever get so horny you scoot on the carpet like a dog? Just me? Just me? Nah, the dykes are in the front row like, nah, we just munch it. The fuck? This a guy asked me if being gay was a choice. I said, not to my victims. The fuck?
Damn! Jackson Namey coming in and absolutely destroying. Counts for double being that gay in the middle of Texas. You double killed. Absolutely incredible, Jackson.
Appreciate it.
Last time you killed this hard, it was your parents' expectations of you.
What a huge change from last time you were on, man.
Huge growth spurt since the last time you were on this show, which
Appreciate
was
it.
very. It was just gay, wasn't, and you came out. I fucking.
I'm only half gay now. I'm
That had to
on
be.
side.
Yeah, amazing, amazing, Jackson. So remind us, how long you been doing stand-up now?
7, 8 years maybe.
7 or 8 years. All of it here in Texas?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is where you're born and raised?
Houston, Texas.
Okay,
yes.
what are your parents like? What do they think of this whole thing with you?
They're just regular folk, conservative, Methodist.
Yeah. What does your dad say to you when you when he hears material like this? What do you think he's gonna say? Like, Jackson, God
He's
damn
got
it!
boomer autism, so like I give him space. You know what I mean? Like,
What do you mean by that? Can you
like he
explain
can
that?
knock on the walls and be like, "That's hardwood right there." Like he just knows shit like that. So you know, we get along in a weird way. So like
Hank Hill shit.
Definitely Hank Hill shit, yeah.
Right.
If Bobby was trans and me, yeah.
Yeah. What do you guys do for fun? What do you and your dad do for fun?
We used to go camping. We don't, strained relationships, we trying. Yeah.
How about mom? You closer with mom?
She cool. She was in remission for breast cancer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look at that. Amazing. Full remission. Okay, so what do you do for fun, Jackson, when you're not doing comedy or sucking cock? What's your third favorite thing to do? We know what the first two are. This guy's killing and filling. He's crushing and gushing.
I got me a girlfriend.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, where'd you meet this guy?
No.
It's a real girl?
Yeah.
You're gay, but you have a girlfriend.
Yeah.
Help us to understand.
So, like, I was her gay friend, and now she needs a gay friend.
It finally worked for one of us. We finally. It's been a strategy for a long time.
This is amazing. So explain to us the slow burn that was you being her gay friend to starting to fuck. How long were you guys just friends for? Years? A couple years? Right.
Definitely years.
So then explain to us the moment, the day, the date, the movie, whatever it may have been, where all of a sudden you...
It was the day I was being institutionalized. It was that day.
Okay, so tell us about that.
So, she called me after a while. It's been a while. And I was like, yeah, because you remember I said I sucked dick up here and 1 million views. And
yeah, you just did it again.
That took kind of a toll.
You just did it again.
Yeah, that shit. I mean, it's whatever, but I'm just saying,
All right.
I got a lot of traction on Grindr after that. That was crazy. But
okay, so you got institutionalized after your appearance on the show?
For sure.
But why?
What?
Why?
Was it for the pressure of being on the show, honestly?
No, man.
Okay.
Man, no.
Okay.
Tell us why you got institutionalized.
The gay shit.
What do you mean? Who?
It's just, I was sad.
Juanita was here earlier. She's not going to jail. She's not going to a psych ward.
They put me on some Prozac. Fuck the medicine companies. That shit.
Was it your parents?
Yeah. It was
Hank Hill did this to you.
That's the answer.
Yeah, it was fine.
Okay, so how long did you get institutionalized for?
2 months. 2 months.
2 months. Tell us about that. What was that like?
I was popular for the first time ever. It was awesome.
Okay. Explain to us what you mean by that.
Well, they do this group therapy shit, and I was just running laps around motherfuckers.
Just
it's like
getting big laughs.
Yeah, fucking kill it. Oh, mama, cancer. Oh, I was a sweetheart. Motherfucker.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, motherfucker. Them girls with the fucking bracelets around their cut wrists. That shit. Oh, shit. I was everyone's best friend.
So you met this girl, this new girlfriend of yours, in the psych ward?
No, sir.
No. So where'd you... Oh, that's right. Right. Exactly.
Hometown girlfriend.
So why did she come out of the woodwork the day of your institutionalization?
God, I don't know. I don't know. I don't fucking know. But
okay, so when you got out 2 months later, she picked you up?
Yeah, we waited, slow burn, just doing gay friend shit, going to the Galleria, fucking botanical gardens. Whatever.
Right, that's
whatever
gay.
The fuck. It ruined.
Okay, so tell us about that moment where it went from being super gay to not gay at all anymore.
I would sit in the cup chair in her bedroom.
While she was having sex with guys.
Well, when I would do comedy, she would do some of that. But that... Because we wasn't together. So it was I was doing some of that too. We just keeping the friendship.
Okay, let me go back to the root question here. I'm trying to fight Prozac right now. This is a live battle. Tony versus Prozac on a battle of the Titans. If you're wondering why these interviews go nowhere sometimes, it's because it is. The big healthcare companies have a tight grip on my show. So far, Prozac is up 1 round against me. There had to be a moment, a true moment. Say you're at the botanical gardens or something like that. A moment where you're like, I think I want to have sex with this chick.
I was watching this National Geographic show.
Okay.
I know.
No, seriously, in real life, it doesn't have to be funny. Like
we just fucked. I was in the bedroom. I was laying down. We were tired of scissoring. It was time. It was time. It was time. Motherfucker, I squirted, she squirted, my pussy was wet. We got the pH modifier. Motherfucker, we was ready. Fuck.
So you're regularly having sex with a girl?
She's pregnant, yes.
Wait. What? There are some... I'm confused. I can't even imagine. I'm looking out at some Texans that definitely drove a fucking F-250 here from an hour and a half away. Some real fucking ranch folks that are
Don't
just
be
literally...
down on it. This is good. This is what you wanted.
I don't
He ain't gay no more. He like women.
This is incredible.
Are you still on the SSRIs?
No, sir.
Okay.
No, sir. I'm freewheeling it, motherfucker.
Okay.
Wow. How long has the girl been pregnant for?
She's due in October.
Due in October. Unbelievable. And so, what are you going to name the little...
Well...
That thing's coming out gay as fuck, dude. You're gonna go through what your parents went through, and you're gonna find out how karma works. And they're gonna think you're the conservative autistic one.
Lil Jaden, I don't know, he gonna be light-skinned. We gonna fuck around. Fuck.
Oh, it's a black girl?
Oh, she Nigerian, yes, sir.
Wow! This is incredible. This guy's making up for all the interviews that went nowhere today. Every time I ask him a question.
But isn't it nice that he's still disappointing his parents?
It's unbelievable. Have you told them that you're straight now? Have you broke the news to your parents that you're having a baby?
Yeah, they're, yeah.
Are they happy?
Know. They know, yes, sir.
How do they feel about it?
They're relieved. They're like, thank God, fuck.
This is incredible. How does it feel going from gay to straight?
In record time, crazy. Motherfucker, like... In split speed, yeah.
What's funny is that you got so good from doing it 7 or 8 years as a gay man that all of your material is crushing and you're talking about sucking dick.
Well, you know, I still dabble, but...
Do you really? You really
Everyone needs their hobbies, the fuck?
Wow. Does she do that too?
Yeah, we fuck around. We have a good time.
Wow, incredible. I know where I'm sleeping tonight. My new friend's house. Pregnant Nigerian and super gay guy. This sounds like a fucking...
You gotta get ready to be a father to this child. You gotta stop fucking around. You gotta buy some real pants. You gotta... And I believe in your ability to be there for this woman and this child. But you're running out of time. October is soon.
I'm busting my ass here, motherfucker. I'm trying my best.
No, you gotta not bust your ass.
Ah, shit.
Yeah, exactly. Your ass has been busted enough. Wow. Jackson, does she have a job?
Yeah, sure.
What does she do?
We don't got a job.
You guys, neither of you have jobs? How are you planning on supporting the child?
Give me a gig, motherfucker.
No, that's not how it works. How are you gonna do it, period?
You know.
We don't.
OnlyFans, I don't know. Fuck it.
Do you guys do things on OnlyFans?
No, sir. No.
Okay. So
They got a big...
How are you planning on supporting the child? This interview is gonna get sacked.
Some bullshit ass job.
Like what?
I worked at a hair store. I can do that again.
A hair store?
Yeah.
Sally's?
Okay. Headband.
I don't know.
Well, I don't know what that shit is.
Exactly.
Dude, you got immense talent to be a professional comic, though, for real. You
Oh,
came out
for real?
swinging.
Thank
Yes,
you.
do.
Thank God, motherfucker. Somebody said thank you so much. Right.
Send this guy some money. Send this, what do they call it when they transfer this?
Transfer what? Let you
This
play that.
born-again straight guy.
Listen, it's all well and good to be homophobic, but unless you're willing to give money to an ex-ish homosexual, what does it all mean?
What's your Venmo?
Give your yes.
Cash App, Jackson, name me one.
N-A-M-I.
Yes, sir.
Jackson, name me one.
You're going to want to get a Venmo. The Cash App people don't give as generously.
Right, it's true. You're going to need a Venmo. Venmo is one more V you have to get into. It's incredible. What's your longest set you've ever done, Jackson?
10, 15.
I'd love to give you an 8-minute spot at Secret Show Thursday.
There you go. And here's the big joke about Jackson. Here you go. He caught it. He's straight. It's official. Wow. Unbelievable. What an intriguing interview. One more time for Jackson, everybody. All right, your final bucket pull of the night. Make some noise for Frank Kidd, everyone. Frank Kidd. Here we go. We're almost there. One more time for Frank, everybody.
All right, hello. Sounds like you guys have been having fun, but if I could bring the mood down for a little bit, I want to talk about a difference between black people and white people. You know? Like, black people drive past a plantation and think about the years of horrific injustices put upon us and just how it impacts us today. Just the number of souls lost to the annals of time, crushed under an oppressive system. And then white people drive past that same place and go, what a nice place to have a wedding. Why don't we get married here? Babe, let's do a silly one. Put the shackles on me. That's crazy. I don't know. Ma'am, have you ever been to a wedding at Auschwitz? Has that ever happened to you? No, that'd be crazy, right? Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, Frank Kidd. Welcome, Frank. Is this your first time on the show?
Yeah, first time on the show.
How long you been doing stand-up?
4 years now.
Where at? Houston?
Baton Rouge.
Baton Rouge. That was going to be my next
Great
guess.
game. Great game. Yeah, go Tigers.
Yeah, absolutely. It is college football season. Did you go to college?
Yeah, I went to LSU.
Oh, sweet. What did you get your degree in?
Journalism.
Okay. What do you use that at all for anything?
Delivering Amazon packages.
Perfect. Did you pay off your college debts yet?
My parents paid for it.
Oh, nice. Okay, what do the parents do?
Real estate.
Nice. Look at that. You lucked out.
Thank you, Mom and Dad.
I love it. I love it. What do you do for fun, Frank?
I like to go out, hang out with my girlfriend, watch football.
Okay.
Do gay remixes of songs.
Do what remixes?
Gay remixes.
What do you mean gay remixes?
It's like just like a. Yeah, he was about to say it's like a regular song. But
James, go ahead.
Sorry, we just saw a gay remix come out earlier on. And, that won't make sense to you, but I apologize. There was a gay guy who's not gay anymore.
Oh, yeah, I heard the last part of
well,
that.
he's sort of not gay anymore.
Well, he dabbles.
Yeah, he dabbles.
Yeah. He'll still suck your fucking dick in a heartbeat, but totally straight now.
No anal.
Frank, how long you been with your girlfriend?
About a year now.
What does she do?
She works at Dillard's.
Oh, okay. All right. White girl, black girl?
Black.
Okay.
I don't like how he.
What?
He was like, white girl, black girl? I was like, she's black.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that weird? It's a weird question.
No, I'm just saying, I was like, it seems like you looked at me and you were like, he dates white women. And I was like.
You don't think
I was
you
like,
look
no,
like
not,
you would?
Not anymore.
Right. You've been with white women before?
No
Yes,
comment.
Of course. When you have, what's something that you notice that's different about white women
Oh my
over
God.
black
I'm about
women?
to. Man, white pussy. No. White pussy be like, black pussy. Nah. I really didn't notice anything different, you know?
Nothing at all, huh?
Nothing
There's
at
so
all.
many huge differences.
Huge.
Like, I bet this, touching of the hair is, I'm told, a big thing, and the...
No doubt.
I'm sorry.
White women have that cauliflower thing deep inside them that black people don't have.
I don't know who.
What does that mean?
You go in and you feel that cauliflower thing.
Black women not have that?
What the fuck is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong with you? Have you felt the cauliflower thing before?
It was broccoli. It was broccoli.
Broccoli. Broccoli. Cauliflower is, if it's a white woman, it's broccoli. If it's a darker woman. Okay. So, Frank, what else? What do you do for any other hobbies or anything like that?
Play Xbox. I go to the gym, I guess.
Okay.
I wish I did like rock climbing or bungee jumping or killed people or something for fun. That would be more interesting, Bob.
That makes sense, though.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it. What's your favorite food, Frank?
Mac and cheese.
How often do you eat mac and cheese?
Probably once every 2 weeks.
Wow, what a special treat. That's a...
I eat it more than that.
Yeah, Red Band has to go to a meetup group if he goes 2 weeks without his mac and cheese.
What's your favorite mac and cheese?
Ooh, here we go. Different levels to the game. Perhaps some bacon bits in the mix?
Oven baked with the bacon bits and the breadcrumbs on top. Four cheeses.
Red Band sometimes does a breadcrumbs only remix of that. Breadcrumbs. All right. Frank Kid. You have any kids?
No, I do not.
You want to?
Are you offering me someone?
Yes. Would you like to make a baby with me? No. Do you want to have kids one day?
Yes, I'd like to have kids.
Do you see the...
Also, I will take you up on your offer to have kids with you.
Perfect.
Because, divorce, I'm coming for half.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I had a feeling you were going to try to steal something from me when I first... I didn't realize you were going to play the long game, Frank. I thought you were coming straight for my wallet.
I got a long game I can play with you, Tony.
I love it. I missed that. What'd he say?
You said he was playing the long game with you?
No, I said I've got a long game I can play with you, Tony.
Oh, I see.
Sorry, that's very
a dick
similar
joke.
to what
That's
I...
a big
Oh, I
dick
understand.
joke. Absolutely. Okay, Frank, anything else crazy about your life we should know about? Anything ever happen, or a weird thing with your family, or something, anything about your entire life makes you different?
Okay, so I was out this weekend, and this old dude walked up to my girlfriend's friend, and he stopped like this, and he looked her up and down and pulled his glasses down and walked away. I thought that was pretty funny. That was insane. I can't believe I saw that in real life. That was ridiculous.
What did you do?
We looked at each other and laughed. We were like, has that ever worked for you or something? He's like 60-something years old in the club with like 25 at 30-year-old.
He's just appreciating it. Like, that's a compliment.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. Is that how you hit on women?
Sure.
Yeah.
Just take
He's
my
got the
glass.
look. He's got the look.
That's my thing.
Oh, God. Wow.
You want to be on Secret Show? Can you keep a secret?
No.
Frank, fun times. Congratulations on getting pulled. There you go. There's a joke. Frank Kidd, everybody. There he goes, everyone. Frank Kidd. Well, we've been through so much tonight. I mean, how could we forget Colin Sledge starting it off with a great set and an awkward interview, and then Juanita being Juanita, the giant Mexican woman with a cock. And then there was the electrical energy of Pat O'Neill, the huge bombing of Olivia Coughlin, talking about Jill Biden and her cleaner. It was Mario Z, Hans Kim, Isaac Kane Brown, Augie Lee, John Bechtel, Alex Tarnow, Jackson Namey, who went from gay to straight, coming inside of a woman's vagina after the dick had been in many assholes of men. Men's assholes. Where poop comes out of. And then it's in where a baby comes out of. A vagina. And it came inside of it to the point to where a baby will come out of the shit-stained vagina.
Tucker Carlson, welcome to Breaking Points. Thank you so much for joining me, sir.
Oh, it's an honor to join you, Sutter. Are you kidding?
Well, Tucker, I think it's so poignant to talk to you 24 years after 9/11. I'm 33. It was the foundational moment of my life. It's the only reason I'm interested in politics. I read The Looming Tower shortly after it came out, and it shattered my conception of the Bush administration. Returning to your docuseries, I'm struck again with the same feelings of rage, of the way that we were manipulated, of the way that the entire event could have been prevented. But that's my personal view. As someone who was involved in it, actually, at the time, why did you want to return to 9/11 24 years later?
Well, I would say you're blessed in one regard that you don't remember America before 9/11. I so vividly do. I had 3 kids on 9/11, and it was a much better country in measurable ways, a much better country. And so I feel such sadness about that.
I'm gonna give you this designer bag if you can prove to me that you know your finances.
Well, let's do it.
How many subscriptions do you have?
I feel tormented by it, and of course I was caught up in the propaganda, some of which I believed uncritically, some of which I sort of forced myself to believe. And so I feel guilt and shame about that, and I feel rage for the extent to which I was manipulated myself, and that I passed on things that were untrue to, at the time, was a significant audience. I worked at CNN, and I was on the second biggest show. You know, we weren't setting the agenda in the world or anything, but it definitely had a lot of viewers, and it was meaningful. At the time, if you said something on that show, and I said a lot of things on that show that were untrue, and so I'm mad about it. And I'm also mad by how legitimate patriotic questions about 9/11 have been suppressed through intimidation. And I'm mad at myself for being manipulated by that also. So it's a complicated stew of rage at other people, disappointment in myself. And so you come to a point in life where you're like, well, what can I do? What can you do about the past? Well, nothing, because it's the past. So you can, in life,
Actually, at the time, why did you want to return to 9/11 24 years later?
Well, I would say you're blessed in one regard that you don't remember America before 9/11. I so vividly do. I had 3 kids on 9/11, and it was a much better country in measurable ways, a much better country. And so I feel such sadness about that. I feel tormented by it. And of course, I was caught up in the propaganda, some of which I believed uncritically, some of which I sort of forced myself to believe. And so I feel guilt and shame about that, and I feel rage for the extent to which I was manipulated myself, and that I passed on things that were untrue to, at the time, was a significant audience. I worked at CNN, and I was on the second biggest show. You know, we weren't setting the agenda in the world or anything, but it definitely had a lot of viewers, and it was meaningful. At the time, if you said something on that show, and I said a lot of things on that show that were untrue, and so I'm mad about it. And I'm also mad by how legitimate patriotic questions about 9/11 have been suppressed through intimidation. And I'm mad at myself for being manipulated by that also. So it's a complicated stew of rage at other people, disappointment in myself. And so you come to a point in life where you're like, well, what can I do? What can you do about the past? Well, nothing, because it's the past. So you can create something new. I mean, this is the best argument, by the way, if you had a sub-perfect childhood for having a ton of kids, because how do you fix something that's already taken place? Impossible, except by creating something new and better. And so, not having more kids in response to 9/11, but we did make a documentary, and we found kind of what you'd suspect, but a lot more of it, I guess, that basically the core lies started with the Bush administration. And there were foreign actors involved in that, for sure. But, I'm an American, and I often say I'm mad at Israel because it's interfering in our internal affairs, which it is, and did then too. But ultimately, I'm maddest at the Americans involved. Honestly, I know everyone's like, you're obsessed with Israel. I'm actually obsessed with my own government and its shortcomings. And the Bush administration, which I supported, roughly speaking, and of course I knew the president and a number of people who worked for him very well. And those people lied. Ooh, wow, did they lie in pretty obvious ways. Like any normal journalist at the time would have been able to detect the 9/11 Commission, for example, was a total sham. It was pre-written before the investigation. Okay, the conclusions were already written when the investigating started. So, like, by definition, it was a fraudulent enterprise. And any journalist at the time could have found that out, and pretty much none did. What does that tell you? It tells you a lot.
It tells us so much. I have my original copy behind me, actually, of the 9/11 Commission, and I was thumbing through it again after watching your episode on it, because it all just it all comes back from the Saudi connection to the missing pages, which were held up for years despite the constant heroic campaign of the families and the survivors of 9/11. But when you put it together, Tucker, the biggest questions around 9/11 actually still remain relatively unanswered and unexplored. So what did you find in your docuseries, from Building 7 to the 9/11 Commission, the dancing Israelis, how the reports in some cases preempted the attacks? For years, people were smeared for asking questions about many of those that I just mentioned. All are legitimate, in my opinion, and were quashed almost immediately after the attack took place in service of the war in Iraq and of the Bush administration's agenda. So returning to it now with fresh eyes, what answers did you find to those questions?
Well, I'll start macro. Okay, so every single bit of anomalous information, like things that don't make sense around 9/11, particularly Building 7, which does not make sense at all, still doesn't make sense, all of them point to the same conclusion, which is foreknowledge. There were people who knew this was going to happen. That really is the shocking fact. And Building 7, which we spent an awful lot of time on and basically arrived at the same conclusions everyone else who's honest has arrived at. Like, what the hell? No, a fire from the plane did not drop Building 7. What did? I actually don't think that's the most compelling evidence. The most compelling evidence is knowable, provable, and that is that somebody, a group of people, made massive bets against the airlines involved in the 9/11 attacks and against the banks housed in the buildings that fell. Okay, so that is proof. I think any normal person would say that's proof of foreknowledge. So they were short sellers and they were betting against these companies. They were betting that the share price would fall after the attack. So they knew the attacks were coming in specific detail. They knew which airlines to bet against. They knew which banks to bet against. The most shocking fact that we uncovered is that the authors of the 9/11 report, the commission, found out who these people were and to this day have kept their identities secret. What?
Right.
I don't need to get to directed energy weapons to find a conspiracy. I just found it. They admitted, we know who made these bets in publicly traded companies, and we're not telling you who they are. So the very first thing, even before asking tough questions of CIA, NSA, French intelligence, Mossad, Condi Rice, like all the people who have not fessed up fully about what they know, and that's a fact. Philip Zelikow, who the author of the 9/11 Commission report.
Should we use an HMO or a POS or
PPO?
maybe add an FS?
Or HRA.
We can add an HSA.
Go ahead.
I think we should try PHP.
When it comes to health coverage, there's only 3 letters you need to know. PHP.
Before any of that, I would demand to know who made those bets in public markets, on publicly traded companies. How do we not have the right to know that? How could you ever keep that from us? How are these public markets? How is there any transparency in our financial system? Like, those people need to answer questions today. And anyone hiding that information from you is part of the cover-up by definition. So that's the thing that blew my mind more than anything else, possibly because I didn't know that. And I spent a lot of time thinking about Building 7, which, again, I just want to say is unexplained. There are a lot of different indicators of what it might have been, from the guy who owned it saying pull it on TV to contemporaneous newscast declaring that it had fallen before it fell. This is all well known to anyone who's pushed at all against that. All I want to say, and there's a ton of detail in the doc, but all I want to say is that any claim that people who question the fall of Building 7 are conspiracy theorists is itself a psyop designed to control you. And that's not acceptable. Not when 3,000 people die.
I'm so glad you said that. It resonates with me because I was that guy. I was frozen. I felt frozen out by the mainstream media. I was in Barnes & Noble reading Jesse Ventura's book. It's all I had access to. There was no independent media or any of that at the time. And I'm sitting there thumbing through, obviously, Loose Change, any of those. I'm not saying all the claims in them held up, but the point is that there was a massive public appetite. And actually, again, what strikes me with the doc is that the 9/11 Commission, if we compare it, let's say, to the Pearl Harbor Commission, both are completed in times of war, from when the necessity of a story that comes together for a very purposeful agenda, it just seems to align so carefully. And it's only Years later, one of my favorite books in the 1980s, At Dawn We Slept, which actually goes to the TikTok of the entire Pearl Harbor attack. It took us 40 years to reveal the truth. It would have been nice to know it actually in 1944 as well. Do you see it as part explicitly as a cover-up, to perpetuate the war machine, which had already happened? Or was it, the deepest conspiracy is that it was done specifically to spark the war machine? Where do you fall on that question?
Well, let me just congratulate you on knowing that there was a Pearl Harbor Commission in the Senate and that they did produce a report. And the report is actually, which I've read, is damning. It's damning. It doesn't explicitly say what we now know is true, which is Roosevelt knew this was coming. He wanted it to come because he wanted to join the war in Europe. He'd been funding Stalin. Funding Stalin. Let me say again, funding Stalin. So completely bonkers that it's hard to believe that happened. And he wanted to join the war, of course, and we know that now.
Sending him
but
steel?
Yes, there's a precedent for this. So that is you've hit right on the question. And the truth is, I don't know
Steel and ammo?
what it was. It might have been there were a lot of things going on
War?
simultaneously, as is usually the case. So you have CIA, which is intent on building human intelligence sources within Al Qaeda. Okay, so they've got sophisticated electronic surveillance. They still do, but they have no one in Al Qaeda. So John Brennan is station chief in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, when 13 of the 19 hijackers got visas to come to the United States from Saudi. He is running the station, which is incredible to me. I didn't know that either. And they know that these guys are terrorists, and they followed some of them to Kuala Lumpur. They followed them around the world where they're meeting to talk about attacking the United States. And they allow them to come to the U.S., and they surveil them. The Israeli intelligence clearly did the same. I mean, there were Israeli intel assets in the places where the hijackers were, in Southern California, in Florida. And we know that. It's all established. Now, that's not to say, I'm not saying Mossad planned 9/11. Of
course.
I'm not saying CIA planned 9/11. And by the way, nobody cares if you say CIA planned 9/11, but Mossad, you're an anti-Semite. No, I'm an American. I want to know what happened. Stop. And I don't know what happened, but I know that both those intel services and probably French intelligence, which is surprisingly sophisticated, considering that France is basically just a museum with cheese, but French intelligence is a real thing and a player in global affairs and has been for a long time. And they clearly knew that some of this too, at least some of it. So the question is, was this negligence? Was it malintent? Was it just a mistake that they're not communicating this to domestic law enforcement, FBI, because they want to cultivate these sources? I don't know. I do know that I know two things. One, the second CIA was kind of like with the end of the Cold War, which is exactly 10 years before 9/11, almost exactly 10 years, almost to the month the Cold War ended. And they're kind of floating and like they're facing budget cuts. We don't know what their budget is. Even now we don't know what their budget is because it's classified. By the way, I don't think the White House knows what their budget is. I know that, actually. They don't know what's the CIA budget? You can't get an answer because nobody knows.
Yeah.
And I don't think many people at CIA know, actually, because it's so compartmentalized. But anyway, their budget was going to go down, clearly. It had gone down. Like, what's the point of CIA as a paramilitary force anyway without a Cold War? 9/11 happens, and they're funding at least more than doubles, but we don't really know. But clearly now it's the largest. It's a country. CIA is not part of really the U.S. government. There's no accountability at all. They run companies. They have an army. They kill people. They spy on people. None of it with any oversight whatsoever or even knowledge of what they're doing. Even again, I'm not sure the CIA director knows himself what the whole agency is doing. That's all a byproduct of 9/11. 9/11 made that possible. They thrived. The country withered, they thrived. So they were beneficiaries of it. That's the first thing we know. The second thing we know is that as the towers were falling, plans were being made in Washington to invade Iraq. And that was ideological. That was done on behalf of another country that wanted to do that. Iraq was not connected to 9/11. Actually, you could make the case that Saddam was having Saddam in power was a net positive for the United States. It kept Iran in check. He was a secular leader. He was not a religious nut at all. He was a Ba'ath Party guy. He was a socialist. How was that a threat to us exactly? It wasn't. So the world became a lot more dangerous when Saddam was killed, much more dangerous, but the Israelis wanted that, and they pushed the U.S. government to do it. There were a lot of people in good faith, Americans in good faith, a lot of them, by the way, who are not Israeli agents. They really believed that this would be good for the United States. I don't want to say this was a pure conspiracy. People believed it. I was there. I know that. And they weren't working for Israel. They were just deluded into thinking that, you know, the Middle East would become Europe if only we conducted a series of wars. What we didn't know is that Europe would become the Middle East and the Middle East would become really nice under authoritarian leaders. But like the future is impossible to predict. Anyway, so we know that the people in their dark imaginings think were responsible for this. Those people did benefit, actually, big time.
Yes.
They got what they wanted. I don't know if they benefited in some ultimate sense, but they definitely got what they wanted. It doesn't mean that they did it on purpose. I think you could make a compelling case that other countries knew this was coming. They have all claimed that they warned the U.S. government. Maybe they did. It's totally plausible that they warned the CIA and CIA ignored them or had other reasons for not acting on the information, but they didn't tell the FBI. That's just not true. We've talked to a lot of people at FBI.
Here at Gibson's Heating and Plumbing, we know how important it is to be comfortable in your home, especially during those hot Indiana summers. That's why we...
And, like, what is that? And I could come up with tons of suspicions and theories. What I know is everything I've said is factual. It's provable. It's actually documented. And we have people. We didn't interview any person who wasn't directly connected, who wasn't participating in the events preceding or following 9/11. Everybody is a primary source.
Yes.
And that's where these views come from. So this is not a conspiracy theory. These are factual statements. What do they add up to? They add up to the need to have an honest conversation without intimidation from, whomever on Twitter, because we have a right and an obligation to know, or this will happen again. And by the way, it has happened like multiple times since then. The Syrian gas attacks, the Russian drones in Poland, or whatever, million false flag operations all the time. And they have resulted in the death of American citizens, military and otherwise, and the expenditure of like trillions of dollars of our money and the devaluation of the US dollar. So like it's actually kind of wrecked the country, this stuff. It has to stop.
Yeah, I the most important part of your series is episode 5 for me, From Tragedy to Tyranny, because that's the part of the series which, again, it reminds me of, and people have said this before, 9/11 brought out the best and the worst. 9/12 was one of the most, it was one of those days where everyone was sick. I'm just old enough to vaguely remember, even as a small child, kind of remembering what it was like to be a part of that togetherness. But by 9/11, 2002, things were very different. And what the Bush administration did, I mean, I don't know about you. For me, George W. Bush is hands down the worst president in American history. The foreign military adventurism, the destruction of our civil liberties, the bankruptcy, the deaths of millions. And yet, to watch him be resurrected as some painting grandfather who attends the Super Bowl or a Rangers game is just disgusting to me. It's beyond disgusting. And putting that together, the rage inside has not surpassed, because I've met so many who suffered because of 9/11, namely American service members. But one of the things that I want to return to is you were talking about your role on cable at the time, and I always think it's very poignant. A significant portion of your audience and my audience, they were not even alive on 9/11, or they don't remember it. Why was it so difficult? Because we will experience events like this, and we actually have in a smaller level scale. Why is it so difficult at the time to voice a dissenting opinion, to try and bring the country off of this track, when by 9/11, 2002, just based on the historical record, the entire war machine is humming. We are going into Iraq, Patriot Act, all of it has come together, and it was time to start screaming, and very few people did.
It's totally right. I've thought a lot about that, actually, and I felt like I was better positioned than most to know what was going on, because I knew so many people in the administration, in decision-making roles, and because of the way I'd grown up, which is like pretty familiar with a lot of these questions, or just around them a lot. So I really was in a place where I should have called bullshit on a lot of stuff, and why didn't I? And you always have to allow for the fact that you don't understand your own motives. And so you're a young parent with 3 kids, like maybe I'm afraid I can't pay my mortgage if I get, whatever, there's that. There are probably venal reasons. But consciously, I'm being as honest as I can be, I didn't feel any of that. I wasn't like, I must conform or I will, go bankrupt. I was very upset about 9/11. They took my emotions and the emotions of hundreds of millions of other Americans and leveraged them against us and used them to control us. And I see this with October 7th, you know, it was a horrifying event. Like, foreign fighters come into your country and kill people at a music festival? It's like, it's the nightmare scenario, actually. Yes. And as a parent of, like, kids who could be at a music festival, it's like, I got emotional seeing that. But that emotion is used by unscrupulous politicians to subvert your actual interests. And you certainly see that with October 7th, but you saw it in this country with my media, and I participated in it unknowingly with 9/11. Like, I lost a friend on 9/11. It happened, you know, I lived in Washington, the Pentagon got hit. I mean, you really felt like things were falling apart. I remember going to a gas station right after was on the phone with my editor in New York when the second plane hit. He saw it, he lived downtown in Tribeca. And so the whole thing, it just felt so personal and real. And I remember going and gassing up our Suburban at the gas station, and there was my neighbor gassing up his Suburban, and he's like, we're doing it for the same reason. Look, we may need to run. Every person felt this. Every adult, particularly every parent at the time, felt that. So you were legit afraid. Legit. Like, as Israelis felt after October 7th, we felt after 9/11. I get it. And that emotion blinded me and dulled my critical thinking to the point where I couldn't see certain things. And it was only, what was it, almost exactly 2 years later when I went to Iraq that I realized, oh my gosh, you know, I was lied to. I participated in the lying. I didn't mean to, but I did. And that's when I resolved, I'm never doing that again. I'm never going to allow myself to get so fearful, angry, whatever, that, you know, bouillabaisse of emotions, that I can't think straight and that I wind up parroting lies that hurt people. So that really, oh, thank God I was out of that cycle by 2003, but I'm still 25 years later soul searching on this and a lot of other related topics that I didn't fully understand that I should have understood.
I've taken that example to heart in very tough moments. One of them, honestly, I don't know about you, but for me, there was something really visceral about reacting to Charlie's death on the air on the 24th anniversary of 9/11. It felt very eerie for me. And you and I were supposed to talk that day to talk about this very documentary. And for me, I'm not comparing the two. It's just that to process real-time tragedy on the airwaves, also keeping in mind all of the worst mistakes of 9/11 in the immediate aftermath, I see the mass hysteria come back.
Oh, yeah.
And I think it's a bipartisan problem. But
course it
what
is.
really
It's a
concerned me,
human problem.
Tucker, it is a human problem. You're exactly right. That's right. That's the best way to put it. But then when I saw Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, and even the president in a case, echo a call for hate speech, I said, oh my God, we have learned absolutely nothing. How have you been thinking about that in the wake of Charlie's death?
So I guess I would disagree that we haven't learned anything. I think a lot of people have learned that lesson. I do think that. And the media landscape is so different now. I mean, it is so much less centralized. We've talked about this at great length, and your success is just like the perfect example. Rogan had been around a long time. Megyn Kelly been around a long time. I've been around a long time. And then, transitioned into a different form of media. You hadn't been around at all. You just decided you thought these things that went online and became huge. So you're the greatest testament to how, in my opinion, to how much things have changed.
Thank you.
And no, it's just it's wonderful to see it, because I think that for all the problems with independent media and social media, they're way better than what we had because they're harder to control. So I actually feel like people have been much better this time. Like, you fool me twice, it's my fault. And that people really feel that way. Now, you can get to the point where you don't believe anything and you're resistant to actual evidence, which itself is a form of insanity, and you don't want to go there. Just because most conspiracy theories have proven true, which they have, doesn't mean that every far-out claim is true, because they're not.
Right.
So you want to stay rational, but from my perspective, so that was not even a temptation for me. But from my perspective, it was like, I really, knew Charlie Kirk legitimately well and was legitimately close to him and was thrilled. He was just a great person to talk to because he was so open-minded about stuff. And so I was very, very upset when he died. But one of my first thoughts was, you have to, his memory is not served by lying at all. And then I feel this way about 9/11, which didn't affect me any more or less than most Americans, but I really felt at the time like an American. There was a real sense of Americanness then that is basically gone, partly as a result of 9/11. It's also sad. But anyway, the point is, if you want to serve a memory of a person or a nation, act honorably. If you think the person and the nation are honorable, and I did think America was honorable, and I know Charlie Kirk was honorable as a fact, he was honorable. So how does lying serve that? It actually desecrates the memory of the person you're claiming to celebrate. Like, don't do that. So,
Truth or dare?
Truth.
I just ate mood with my dad. So he came over and he was all like, wah, 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 getting older sucks. So
being honest, it was simultaneously not being irresponsible, by the way. I mean, all kinds of people had really dark suspicions the second he was murdered, which I get. And as with 9/11, it was very clear to me who was benefiting from this, but it doesn't mean they did it. So you just have to stay responsible, only say things that you know are true or that you sincerely believe are true. That's a really easy standard to uphold. When you get upset, it becomes something you need to remind yourself of, but objectively, it's a simple, good standard that all of us should hold to. And I got so mad, for example, at Condoleezza Rice, particularly because Condoleezza Rice is still celebrated as some sort of genius or something when she's a sub-genius, I'll say. Totally conventional, but she's also had a real hand in hurting the United States, in denying Putin asked to be in NATO. He asked to be in NATO, which would have solved all of our problems. NATO existed to contain Russia. Now Russia wants to join the alliance. Oh my gosh, we've won. And she convinced George W. Bush, this is a fact, not to allow that. So I think we can say that Condoleezza Rice is at least indirectly responsible for millions of deaths in Russia and Ukraine. That's really a crime. And yet she's head of the Hoover, whatever they're calling. I mean, it's also, she's gotten all the rewards and all the merit badges of our diseased fake meritocracy. And that drives me so crazy that I was tempted, because it's so unfair, it's such an assault against justice, that I was so tempted in my head to be like, Condoleezza Rice knew this was coming. But I don't have any evidence of that at all.
Yeah.
So you do have to pull yourself back a little bit. I think that's fair. You should.
I think that's very important. And actually, that kind of gets to one of my next questions for you is we've spent a lot of time here on the show talking about those questions. And I'm exactly like you. We can talk potentially about benefit, etc., but we do have to still deal in the realm of facts. But kind of tying the two things together, what appalled me is that guys like George Tenet and these CIA employees and FBI directors, they suffered nothing after 9/11. They got more power. They became more important. They became heroes. They were celebrated in the famous pictures. I'm kind of ruminating on Kash Patel in the wake of Charlie's assassination, just in his handling of the investigation. And I'm curious, are you satisfied with his performance here publicly in the wake of Charlie's death? And then broadly with the conventional explanation that we've received so far from law enforcement?
I haven't received any kind of explanation. So the key question is, you're telling me Tyler Robinson did it? Totally willing to believe that. I don't have any evidence anyone else did it. You're telling me he confessed to it, and that's his rifle. Happy to believe that.
Right.
The missing piece for me is, how did a guy who's apparently kind of mainstream become so non-mainstream that he decided to murder a stranger with a bolt action 30-06? That's a big transition. Maybe literally a transition. I don't know what it is. You need to tell me how that happened. And by the way, if you don't tell me how that happened, if you tell me that we can't talk about it because we don't want to, prejudice the jury or it's going to affect the prosecution or whatever, there's no case where that's true. I've covered this stuff for 35 years. I was a police reporter. They always give you a sense of what they make their case in public most of the time.
True.
With everybody. And so I guess what I'm saying is there's great frustration in a lot of places, there always is, with alternative theories of everything. We're mad that you don't believe the moon landing. We're mad that you don't believe this or that story that we're telling. And my response to them, and it's often directly to them, is, okay, the onus is kind of on you. You're in charge. So if you don't provide a believable story, you can't blame other people for coming up with a better story. So it's really your moral obligation, especially if you're a government official trying to hold this fractious country of 350 million together, it's your moral obligation to hold this country together with truth and the promise of justice. And justice comes from truth. You can't have justice on the basis of lies. So don't lie to me. Make every possible effort you can to be transparent. There probably are some things you could make a case you can't tell me right now. You can certainly tell me 62 years later after, say, JFK was killed. But I get if there's some things you can't tell me right now for practical reasons. But most things you can tell me. And if you're not telling me those things, I have every right to be suspicious of you. And in fact, to dislike you for fracturing this country into a million little pieces, which your behavior is doing.
Yeah, I think that's really well said. Tucker, I want to stick also with the memory of Charlie. I found it appalling, honestly. I think like you did, how in almost the hours after Charlie's death, Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu is on Fox News airwaves making claims like he was the greatest supporter of our cause. Of course, it was met with almost no immediate condemnation, suspicion, or disgust by our political class. And instead, what I noticed is that when you appeared at the White House with the vice president, and you made a comment saying that you thought it was disgusting for foreign leaders, to immediately say he lived or died for our cause, that immediately invited condemnation. And I don't quite understand where the impetus comes from, where to critique is evidence of being obsessed with something, where...
Did you know that your specialty physician roles can cost you over $1 million in lost revenue during a 6-month vacancy period? MGMA Consulting will help you create a personalized plan to conquer your staffing challenges.
Not what I meant.
Visit mgma.com/consulting today.
Download the Kayak app to search and compare prices on flights, cars, and hotels from hundreds of travel sites. Then do what people do. Check sites Kayak already checked. Play word game, play different word games. Chortle, cool word, thought it would be worth more. Oh yeah. Back to the Kayak app for...
by immediately... was disgusting for foreign leaders, to immediately say he lived or died for our cause, that immediately invited condemnation. And I don't quite understand where the impetus comes from, where to critique is evidence of being obsessed with something, where, by immediately inserting yourself into our politics to use the memory of a dead American, for your own domestic political purposes and or to basically try and prejudice the American people, or let's say the American right and others, into believing that the two were lockstep. I found that to be one of the most appalling and disgusting. And I would say that about any foreign leader. If I died and Narendra Modi was on TV, I promise, I give you permission, please attack him and say, hey, get his name out of your mouth. He had nothing to do with you. He was just an American. How are you reflecting on that?
I mean, I should admit that I'm silly for being shocked by it. Death draws vultures. That's what it does. So this happens every single time. Opportunists and predators glam on to the memory of a hero in order to advance their own interests. So I shouldn't have been shocked by it. I was shocked by it because I was friends with Charlie. So in general, by the way, I should say it's not just BB. I object to anybody politicizing a death in the days after. If the widow is still grieving, pull back a little bit. You don't need to do that. I just gave a speech, part of a eulogy at his funeral 2 days ago, and I really tried to keep it completely non-political. Like, I didn't mention anything having to do with politics. It was only about Christianity, and of course I was attacked for that too. Whatever. I don't really care. But I would say on the question of Bibi specifically, he's a foreign leader. I get to critique foreign leaders. I don't hate Bibi, but I disagree that what he's doing is helping our country. I'm offended by the fact that, he's telling everyone in his region, including other leaders, that he controls the U.S. government. That offends me, which he does a lot, and that offends me as an American. But as for being obsessed, just the opposite. I have zero interest in talking about this. And I have to say, there is something very... that connects anti-Semites, and there are anti-Semites, to Zionists, and there are Zionists. And that is, they both see the world through the same lens. Everything is about Jews.
Yes.
And I just don't see the world that way at all. I just don't at all. But they do, because hate and narcissism are twins, it turns out. And I just feel like if there's one thing I want to say to the internet, it's not everything is about Jews. I don't know. That's not an attack on anybody. It's not healthy for everything to be about any group. How is that good? It's not good. It doesn't help anybody. So, and that's the point. I'm obsessed. Oh gosh, just the opposite. I'm tired of it. I don't want to talk about this at all. It's not a core interest of mine. It never has been. I pray to God it never will be. You know what I mean? Obsessed? And no, not obsessed. That is a fact.
Yeah, the obsession, it just rings hollow to me.
Even when your room is 80 degrees, your bed can be 55. That's the pod.
a cooling cover that fits over your current mattress. It cools with water, not air, circulated through thin tubes to keep your body at the perfect temperature. Where other beds trap heat, the pod removes it. The result? A 32% improvement in
when you have the 50, we have legislators and representatives from dozens of states all gathering in Israel, pledging basically allegiance and or at least undying support, for a foreign government. The conundrum and the contrast in which who is obsessed and who is not, it strikes true. But to get away from that, and the BB one specifically, there has been quite a lot of discussion around Charlie and Israel. You would be better positioned. And I want to be very clear, we are not in any way implying that Israel had anything to do with his death. It is, however, a separate question, one I believe forced on American political discourse by the Israeli prime minister to sort out that question of his views if he's going to say wholeheartedly that Charlie was lockstep with the secular Israeli government and, let's say, all of its policies, in all of its foreign policy, and its war policy, etc. That does then bear discussion for a future, kind of reckoning with the American rights relationship to Israel. And as you said, there were complicated feelings by Charlie. I believe he actually had me on his show almost a month before he died, I believe after seeing me on your program. And I think it was very specifically to sort through these types of questions. And yet, by even raising, let's take it out of his personal relationship, even with Israel, to the policy question of it, it has become like a brouhaha of anti-Semitism accusation. Why did you think it was important to weigh in on that?
Because it's so poisonous and it's such an obvious lie. And I don't, you don't need to take my word for it. Charlie's all over. I mean, in public, I knew him well, and he was just at my house. So when we talked all about this, because he was under such intense pressure to cancel a speech that I was scheduled to give for him in December. And I said to him many times, I don't need to give the speech. I don't want to cause you problems. I don't actually care that much about these issues. Like, I don't need to. And he was absolutely, and many people have said this, but he said it directly to me multiple times. He was adamant that, no, I'm not going to bend. So, but Charlie's views on Israel were like really well known. The fact that he had you on, that he was close to Glenn Greenwald, he invited the wonderful Dave Smith, such a decent man, much maligned man, to Turning Point in July. Like, you don't need to do that. What are you doing? In fact, he invited me. None of those people hates Israel at all. Mm-hmm. Dave Smith and Glenn are Jewish. Like, what? It's nothing to do with anti-Semitism. Charlie's position was really clear, and he said it 1,000,000 times. I like Israel. I've gone there on vacation. By the way, this could be me talking because I feel the same way. I've always liked Israel. I'm very concerned about Bibi. He was very, very concerned about Bibi. By the way, anyone who likes Israel is concerned about Bibi because that country is in serious trouble because of him. But anyway, here's my note. Here's my red line. I'm not going to be told what to say, and I'm definitely not going to be told what to say by a foreign government or its advocates under any circumstance, because I'm an American. I care about this country more than any other. To the extent that our interests align, great. When they diverge, I will say so, and I'm not going to be bullied. He said that 1,000,000 times in public. He said it 1,000,000 times in private, including to me. And that's just a fact. And ask anyone who knew him. Andrew Colvett, who's was on his show every day with him and a really good friend of his, traveled with him. He just said that. That's exactly what Charlie thought. So anyone claiming otherwise is lying. I hate the fact we're even having this conversation.
I know.
Because I think it diminishes him. It makes his death political or something. In the end, a man's death, first and foremost, is a tragedy to the people who loved him. And that would start with his wife, Erica, and their 2 children, and his sister, and his parents, and his staff, and all, so it's we're not talking about that because, again, we have this twin sort of vortex of narcissism and hate. You have the Zionists and you have the anti-Semites, and they feed off each other in this way that drowns out consideration of anything else. It's so dark. Mm-hmm. It's so dark. It's bad. And each one thinks the other's the problem. But if you wake up every morning obsessing about Jews, whether you're a Zionist or an anti-Semite, you're not helping at all. That is a sickness. Yeah. I gave this speech the other night, and it was literally, it was about Jesus. It was basically reciting the Gospel of John or Luke or Matthew or Mark. It's the New Testament of the world's biggest religion. And immediately people started to I didn't even know this, but they're texting me like, you're getting attacked. And it's like, they hear Jew, but people on both sides hear the same thing. It's like this weird brain virus or something. And I'm not a cuck on Israel, obviously, but I don't think it's good to obsess about anything. And it's particularly not good for anybody to obsess on Jews, because it clearly drives you crazy and hurts you and everyone around you. And I feel like both those groups are engaged in kind of the same project, and I'm not getting involved in that project.
I'm glad that you're not, and it's important actually to resist that pull because in some ways they try, if you are critical, let's say, of their project, they want to turn, their greatest wish is to actually turn you into what they are.
That is so true. I said to someone, a friend of mine yesterday, who's actually Jewish, but it doesn't even matter. I said, I'm going to deny my haters the satisfaction of becoming a Nazi. I'm just not going to do that. I don't believe that. I'm not going to do it. I'm sorry. I don't care. Yeah.
I think that's really poignant. You know, actually, last thing here, just on Charlie, I know it's a bit sidetracked, but I haven't seen you since, is I really liked that you were celebrating some of his more populist views on economics. And Charlie was working this out for himself. Something you and I had discussed as well is just, I mean, look, the Turning Point discussions also centers around donors. As you and I know, Israel is not the only third rail they are allowed to touch in the conservative movement. Sure. A lot of it actually centers around basic questions of, let's say, entitlement, housing, something you and I have discussed at length. What was it like to see him process that? Because it's like what I would know of Charlie was kind of more of Koch brothers, libertarian, more view of economics. And then, when he had me on his show, it wasn't just to talk about Israel, although, of course, that's all anybody noticed. It was predominantly to talk about young people not being able to afford housing and the downstream social effects of how that will crush a younger generation, of which is a totally bipartisan problem, one which I think that the left has an answer to. I don't say it was necessarily a good answer, but it is an answer.
Webstaurant store.
30 chairs, non-squeak.
Webstaurant store.
15 non-wobbly.
Webstaurant
store. Lights.
Webstaurant store.
Where are we going to find all this stuff?
I already ordered it.
Huh? All of it?
Webstaurant store for whatever your restaurant needs.
I don't see it yet from an organized political movement. And it's one of the things he was really grappling with at the very end. And so, I mean, I'd love for you to speak on that as somebody probably encouraged him more on that direction, elevated it on your show, and why you think that's important direction for anybody in any American political project to explore.
Bless you for saying that. And this is the kind of reductionism that drives me bonkers that I was just yelling about, where everything is about Israel or the Jews or whatever. Charlie was not like that at all. I'm not like that. You're not like that. What we actually talked about, we were not whispering about Bibi or whatever. Most of our conversations were whispering about tax rates.
Yeah.
And the last interview that he did with me, which was, several weeks ago here, was 100% about what you just said. And his views had evolved. They had evolved in Israel. That's a fact. But they had evolved even more on economics and on the point of an economy. What is the point of why are we doing this? And, you want to have a free market system. You want to have capitalism. The alternatives seem pretty dark. But is the version that we're practicing now actually producing the results that we want? Or is it destroying our society and leading us very quickly toward revolution, like violent revolution? And he believed the latter was true. And I do too. And I know that you do as well. And he gave this interview. It was like 2 hours, which I'm sure nobody watched because it wasn't about Israel, but it was amazing. And I'm not touting my own show, and I'm sure he did them with you too, but it was like, he was so on fire on the topic because he spent so much time with young people. And I do think it's kind of well known now that young people are definitely mad at Israel. There's no doubt about that. But they're way madder about the fact that they can't buy a house and get married and have kids, and they're way madder about that. I think that's my experience, but he knew best because he spent the most time with people under 30 because his whole life was on college campuses. So he was reflecting the frustrations and the views of his members and of people he talked to personally, and bless him for that. And I hope that doesn't get lost, because I actually think on some level the Israel stuff, like the race stuff, is it's real on one level, but it's also a cover for something else. And it's a way that we don't have conversations as we're yelling about whatever, race-related or Israel-related. We don't have conversations about, like, who owns all the houses and why can't kids buy houses? And why are people like Bill Ackman, how is Bill Ackman worth $7 or $9 billion or whatever when he clearly has done not one useful thing? It's like talking down companies to profit off them. Like, tell me why that's good. And I actually said that at the last Turning Point event, because I just can't. It's nothing against Bill Ackman. I don't hate Bill Ackman, but like,
he's a symbol of a system.
He's a symbol. There's so many Bill Ackmans. Like, why is our society awarding the greatest spoils to the people who contribute the least? It's simple. It's that simple. He's not creative. He's not interesting. He's not smart, but he's worth $7 billion. Like, just speak slowly so I can understand how that works. I say that immediately. You're an anti-Semite for attacking Bill Ackman, who I guess is Jewish. It has nothing to do with it.
Right.
Do you see what I'm saying? So it's a way of pushing you off the trail so you shut up. But, I'm obviously not going to shut up because I really think it matters. And Charlie was on this topic, like, hard, and in a way that, you wouldn't want to debate him on it because he actually knew the details. He's a very intense guy intellectually and very committed to study. Like, he gave up his cell phone once a week, no cell phone. And he spent time with his wife and children, but he also read a lot. So he was a formidable character who had a commitment to studying. And no one wanted to have that conversation with him at all. Like, why are we taxing labor at twice the rate of investing? Like, why are we doing that? Shut up, racist, or anti-Semite, or fill in the blanks, anti-trans person. I mean, like, whatever.
Communist.
Communist, right?
That's the
okay.
favorite.
So I'm so glad you brought that up. Really?
Well, I brought it up because I want to keep 9/11 through the through line. That was the story of the 2000s. Is that throughout the 2000s, we're fighting the war in Iraq. The top line story, everyone just kind of ignores the Bush tax cuts in 2003. It's just a bipartisan rubber stamp. We just move on with our lives. 2008 happens. We have a president elected on the mantra of withdrawing from Iraq. Oops, didn't happen. On a mantra of withdrawing the U.S. war machine, drone strikes, escalate, ISIS. I mean, so many of the foreign policy disasters. Just look. I mean, actually, I would love your take on this. I don't know if you saw this most recent clip of David Petraeus asking the Al-Qaeda leader of Syria, wondering if he sleeps at night okay. And I'm like, on the one level, I laugh. On the other, like you, I know people who lost limbs who fighting in Iraq. And so for them to watch your four-star, the commander of U.S. forces, sit there and glaze the former Al-Qaeda leader, who, by the way, Petraeus, I believe now works at a hedge fund, right, which is just kind of like perfect to this entire story. That was also the predominant legacy of 9/11, was the distraction,
exactly.
While the internal fabric, economically, societally, on every level, came apart, and we only now get to deal with it. It should have been dealt with then.
Well, someone said to me about Petraeus and Jelani, it's like when former coworkers get together, they, they kind of catch up on the personal details. Sorry, that's dark. No, actually, the Jelani thing, whatever. I don't even want to get into that. His office called me and tried to set up an interview, and he was in New York. And I'll talk to anybody. I mean, I'll talk to anybody and have. And by the way, I don't measure your moral character before we talk because I think I'm interested in evoking information, and like that's my job. But so I'm not a judger on that level at all. I enjoyed talking to Kim Jong-un. Sorry. I don't support his policies. But Jelani is like one of the very few where I was like, I'm not going to do that because I don't want to be pulled into that propaganda campaign because it's so dark. Like, how in the world? That's like right out of Animal Farm, where the pigs and the farmers in the end are indistinguishable from each other. That's like, really? Al-Qaeda is now running Syria and we're claiming that's better than Assad? The secular guy who protected the Alawites and the Christians, all the religious minorities. How was that bad? Well, it was bad because it was against Israel's interests. That's why. That's why the media told us it was bad. They wanted him out. And okay, I get it. I'm not mad at them for wanting him out. They have their own interests. But how is that in the interest of Christians? Like, which is my perspective because I'm a Christian. And it's not. And now you have Jelani and all these Christians are getting murdered. And we allowed that because a foreign government wanted us to. That's just a fact. And shut up, defender of Assad. And it's like, what? I don't even care anymore. But I'm definitely not going to participate in your rehabilitation campaign for a guy who's overseeing the murder of religious minorities, who was an Al-Qaeda leader. I thought if there was one thing that we could all agree on, it's Al-Qaeda's bad, ISIS is bad. Like, that's just bad. And if you wake up in a world where David Petraeus is like, how is it over in ISIS world? You guys sleeping okay? Then you know, like, the charade is total. It's total, and it's bewildering for people. And I worry about our country, actually. I worry about people flipping out over stuff like this over time.
That made me want to flip out because it's 24 years after 9/11, and I go, so what was the point of war on terror and of destroying it and our bankruptcy and everything abroad if we're just going to end it by celebrating Al-Qaeda coming into power so that the Greater Israel Project can march on into a portion of Syria? Was that really this?
Let's talk employee benefits. Should we go with the HMO, PPO, or POS?
Let's compare the SBCs and SOBs.
You should look into PHP.
Have we thought about CDPs? We'll have to keep the HDHP if we want to HSA.
Like I said, PHP has some great
We
plans.
could offer an FSA or HRA or even a decal.
What about...
You know who could help us? PHP.
That's a great idea.
That's what I've been trying.
When it's time to choose your company's health coverage, there's only 3 letters you need to know. PHP.
That was the point this entire time? Because if you told me that in, 9/12/03, I would never have believed you. And I was a crank teenager who believed the worst about the Bush administration. And even I would be like, nah, there's no way, man.
Well, you're better off being a crank. I'm so glad you were a crank. I was a crank teenager too, actually. It was a different set of issues, of course. But I don't know how I became so conventional. And by the way, by Washington standards, I was like unconventional.
Right.
I mean, very
That's
unconventional. But it was incredible how conventional I actually was. And I'm ashamed of that. So I don't know. I hope that all of your younger listeners, they don't need the reminder from me at 56 to think for yourself. I guess they've already arrived there. But I don't think there are too many people who are going to believe David Petraeus left in the United States. Are there? Probably not.
I would hope so, not just on that, but the system which gave rise to this entire machine. I mean,
Exactly.
Tucker, how many years of our careers did we dedicate to the Syrian civil war and, all of the, not just Assad, but regime change and the funding, the moderate rebels, the CIA, and then the guy running that ends up the SecDef under Biden. And it's the same through line of 9/11, which is that you only fail upwards in this town. I remember seeing Paul Wolfowitz just take a stroll. I think it was the day after the Paris attacks. And I just couldn't stop looking at him, being like, this is your fault, man. Like, and I know that's reductive, but it's also not, in a way. And I think what I would hope from your docuseries, the takeaway for our younger audience and your younger audience and other people listening is, the maybe apocryphal Mark Twain quote is, history doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes. And it's rhyming a little bit too often lately. And I really appreciate you diving back into the topic and thinking about it in the context of 9/11, because I actually think it's never been more urgent than it is right now.
I totally agree. Sagar, thank you.
Thank you, Tucker. I appreciate your time.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get
Anytime you get the chance to compete, be in close games, it's kind of what you live for.
Did you see? Wait, did you see this? I'll segue into Gavin Newsom here for a second. Let's talk about it. But to kick this off, Kamala Harris has a book out, and she, in the book, calls out Gavin Newsom for saying, hey, I asked him for an endorsement after Biden dropped out. And he said, hiking will call back, and then never followed up. Anyway, let's talk about it. So Gavin Newsom interview. It went out today. If you'd like to watch it, I noticed that they decided that they didn't really want to put my name on this thing because everyone else is like, this is Gavin Newsom, and this is Sean Spicer, this is Jamie Harris, and this is Jasmine Crockett. Gen Z feels screwed? And this is Brandon H. Rock Ewing in 8-point font. But it's out. It's out. Listen, I'm not going to watch the whole thing, but I wanted to point out some parts and maybe give some background or some story on it. I am getting mogged by a man 20 years my senior. He's got the hairline and the height on me. Here's the main thing. So the first third of this interview is Gavin Newsom trying to talk to me about video games. The first third there is him like trying to talk to me about like what Discord is. Why was Marshmallow in Fortnite? At one point, I wonder if we can find this.
I'm not doing this, but I'm saying I'm finding it frustrating. The endless pointing to Discord, Reddit,
Right.
Twitch. This is not
Like, and by the way, I should have worn longer socks. I'll also say that. And I try to explain, because here's the prep I had for the interview. I can even show you the email. I can even show you what they sent me. I want to be perfectly transparent here. We want to have a conversation around the gaming community, how we reach younger voters, what's going on with kids that are too online these days, Discord, Reddit, other prevalent topics keeping in the news. Yeah, and then they mentioned the video, the Charlie Kirk video I did. So I understood the assignment going in that it wasn't going to be like every possible discussion. But when I'm thinking about this thing and I'm prepping for it, my main thing it comes back to, like with all my content, is that the reason people are disengaging from normal avenues of society and diving deeper into message boards, Discord, Reddit, forums, is because of the economy. More than anything else, more than polarization, more than algorithms, it's the economy. It's the fact that people don't feel like they have a real shot at getting a house, getting on the normal ladder of a good job, and also going out to third place is more expensive. So that was my main goal going in, was like to bring it back to that and also point out how tired I think we all are of video games and video game related hobbies being trotted out as an excuse every time somebody shoots somebody. The idea that it's video games is so stupid. It's so stupid. It's a well-worn, disproven thing. So those are my main things I wanted to get across. And I think I was able to do that in this early part. But there is this disconnect talking about like esports and Fortnite. And at one point, dude, and it's like not long after we talked about Charlie Kirk getting assassinated, he's like, tell me about getting world records in Hitman. And like, I think I say, I hope we can find it, bro.
World record holder, what, for Hitman, right?
Yeah, there's a game called Hitman where you're flying around and listen. That is a time of my life where I started doing this when I was working at NVIDIA. I was working some insane hours.
Right.
Like, I didn't want to say you fly around and assassinate people. It doesn't make, like, what am I going to explain the game? And also, here's the thing, at a high level, by the way, I appreciate him having me on and letting me speak my piece. This is overall complimentary. I'm just saying why there was a disconnect in the first third of this interview. If it's Gavin's audience, if it's like people that are Gavin voters watching this, they don't give a fuck about Hitman the video game. And if it's my audience watching it, they already know this stuff and they want to hear more about like me talk about the economy with someone who has actual power to make change. So there's no point in the discussion that I think that was the early questions were leading towards. So I tried my hardest, like every question in this section, to steer it towards the economy. And to his credit, around here, I think we just start going off on like actual stuff that I really am interested in. So I took about the first third to get through it, I think. After the first third, I think we start hitting our stride. Had to warm a bit. Yeah, exactly. You should have pulled out the elusive target explanation. The only meme that I almost did and I didn't do, guess I'm a coward. He was talking about the CEOs of Twitch, Reddit, and Discord, and I almost threw in Clancyville. But I didn't want to have to explain it if he asked what it was. Just for the real ones, I wanted to throw in a Clancyville, but I didn't want to, that's for the next one. That's for if he comes on the stand. I also felt like I really crushed his spirit because in this section, he's talking about esports like it's like this booming thing right now.
The space, but you talk about esports, and I just think it's an interesting space in this context. You say it's a relatively small space, but it's not a small amount of investment that it seems people are making. I was just reading about Michael Jordan, Shaquille O'Neal, Beckham, folks putting tens of millions of dollars into esports teams. I mean, this thing's growing.
Yeah, but what I'll tell you is, being dead honest, Gavin, a lot of them are going to lose their shirt on this. It's not.
Like, I start talking about, like, bro, these guys are wasting money. Like, because I gotta keep it real. Like, 2 years ago, you could be like, yeah, esports is through the roof. But I'm not, and then what was funny, so after this interview was over, because I go on for a bit, and I'm like, yeah, it's like, people are watching esports, but the money is really out of it. After this interview, one of the cameramen came up to me, and he's like, hey, man, what you said about esports made me laugh, because in the studio next door, they used to have this thing called the Overwatch League, and it disappeared. I'm well aware. I'm well aware, bro. He's like, I always wonder what happened to that thing. So we were like literally in the same spot that they used to film that. So yeah, listen, the first third I talk about, you know, I kind of pivot the gaming questions more towards the economy. And then the one thing I had in my mind, because I had some like time. I was here, you know, he showed up right maybe 20 minutes before this interview, 15, 20 minutes. We talked for a little bit and then we went live. But like I was there for probably 2 hours before the interview. I was in like the green room, I was on my phone just chilling. And the one thing I wanted to say was, because I was like, what's the point? What would I want to get out of this if I'm talking to someone who might have a real shot at the presidency? And I wanted to say this, and I don't know if I have it in here. If someone knows where this timestamp is, because I think I did say it directly, but I'll just say it here now because I think it's important. Based on betting market odds, which can change a lot, and if we have a free and fair election, which could change a lot, there's a decent chance this guy could become the DNC nominee. And because Trump is polling so badly, he could become president. There's a real chance. I basically said, actually, if we can find the timestamp, it's really funny because I think he looks pissed when I bring it up. When I was like, so you're running for president, right? I just say it, dude. I was like, you're running for president. And there's a decent chance, you know, you could be the nominee and this could happen. And because Trump is doing so poorly, at least in my mind, you know, I think I approached this administration overly fair to Trump. I literally went into this, I was like, hey, he won the popular vote. I'm going to give him a fair shot as I can. But it's been so obvious that it's been one blunder after the other. It's been 29, 27. Okay, let's pull this up.
When I came to Notre Dame, I wanted to be a part of something more.
Theoretical world where you're going to run for president. I'm just going to say it. Matt, you don't say anything. I'm okay.
This is a virtual world. Yeah.
Virtual world,
right,
maybe.
right.
The betting market's happy.
Right there. Look at his eyes, dude. He like locks eyes with this guy.
Okay.
This is a virtual world. Yeah.
Virtual world, maybe.
Right.
The betting market.
Like he looks at the guy off camera. He was like and he's like, what the hell? Is he blowing up my spot? But okay, so this is my point. Is like, and maybe I could say it here.
It's have you leading, okay? If I can get somebody who's not militarizing the National Guard and somebody who's not shutting down TV shows that disagree with them and someone who's not threatening free and fair elections, that's a huge win already. It's a low bar to clear. It's an easy clear.
Pretty low bar, but I get it. Yeah.
But, you know, realistically, from the audience that I'm talking about, because again, I think I got lucky. I got the last chapter out of Nom. I'm feeling fine. They can't go back to the status quo, Gavin. They just can't. They will continue to grow more upset and populist and nihilistic unless things seriously change. Like they have to change on a more fundamental level.
So let's start.
So that was like my core idea. The idea was like, you're going to be better than Trump. And I appreciate that you're like standing up to him and you have a spine and you're fighting. You know, again, he did sign right before this thing. He signed a thing that ICE cannot be wearing masks in California, which is a big thing because they've been walking around masked up and grabbing people. And they have to show their badge number and all that. Okay? So, like, if he's doing things in that direction, it's progress, but it's not enough if you don't change fundamentally the economic reality that's making people more and more disengaged. That's like what I was trying to get across. So I'm glad I got it after all the gaming discussion. Hopefully it's not too late in the video, but I wanted to just try to get that point across without being... He probably thinks you're commie now? I don't think so. I also I did my whole speech about, the things I'm asking for are not radical. They were literally in this country from like the 50s, 60s, 70s. Before Reagan, we used to have strong unions, high taxes on the rich. Like all these things existed in this country. They worked great. We had businesses that thrived. We had a strong middle class. It wasn't radical. It's called radical now, but it's nothing about it is crazy. Did you ask him if he can bring back the Travis Scott skin in Fortnite? Did I ask him that? He asked me that. He basically asked me, what's your favorite dance in Fortnite? Do you think I should dance Take the L if I beat Trump in the general? Low-key terrifying when he mentioned sports gambling. Yeah, so that was the last third of the interview, just as a high level, right? Last third of the interview, I go deep into if you were looking for quicker wins, because again, the things I'm talking about here are like fundamental changes to the way our economy distributes risk and reward. That's I guess what it is. Here I'm like, hey, if you're looking for quick wins, the things that are absolutely destroying young men's financial lives are crypto, gambling, buy now, pay later, DraftKings and FanDuel ads on every possible platform at all times. That was my last third. And then one of the other guys, the guy who was right off to the right here, he also talked to me after the show, and he goes, hey, that gambling stuff really resonated with me. because I lost all my money gambling a few years back. He was like, he looked like he had a couple tats. He was like, I basically lost everything on it, and I've really had to dig myself out of a hole. And so, yeah, I do think those things are criminal. So, yeah, listen, I don't know. I think there's parts here that I really like, but I do wish this stuff was more at the beginning and the gaming stuff was like the fun stuff at the end. Kevin Hart will go bankrupt if they ban it. No, he won't. Thank God. Kevin Hart will be all right, even if we ban sports gambling, because Kevin Hart just signed a multi-million-dollar deal to perform in Saudi Arabia. So he'll be all right. Was there anything you said Gavin resonated with? The stuff related to his kids. Anything that related back to his kids, I think he could understand. Anything where I was like, kids are, getting more easily indoctrinated into gambling. He was like, yeah, my kid has been gambling. I think when I explained that if you were to tell let's say you have a young man, I'm speaking mostly to men for this example, but this applies to women actually too. But if you're at a young man who's like not socially engaging enough, and you take away their ability to use Discord and video games, you're not making them more socially engaged nowadays. You're actually making them even more isolated. I was like, listen, if some of these guys who get off a hard day at work and can't hang out in Discord and play games with their friends, like if they didn't have that, that is what they have. That is the thing keeping them from going crazy. It's not the thing making them crazy, it's the thing stopping them from going crazy. And I think he resonated with that because he sort of understood that like his kids are making friends and have friends and they all hang out and play Roblox and Minecraft or whatever. I think he understood that. So yeah, I think he got that stuff with the kids. I mean, I'm sure he's heard economic stuff before, and it remains to be seen whether I can even personally trust that he can make progress on that. But I wanted to push for it while I had the opportunity. Discord is kind of the only free third place now. I don't know about the only, but it's one of the better ones. Yeah, for young people online interested in gaming or online adjacent hobbies. Discord's like a real easy free place to hang out with other human beings that share your interests. I work for these sports betting apps. The money they pay in sponsorships is insane. Yeah, I wonder why. You think it's for charity? You don't think it's because they make that back, right, off of the stupid people they bring in? I think it's just because they really like helping out creators and artists, and it's just giving back. It's to help struggling streamers and celebrities. I did want to watch this UN speech. In American history, there have been some pretty famously bad speeches. Lincoln's vice president, Andrew Johnson, showed up so drunk to his inauguration speech, had a drink in one hand and then sloppily kissed a Bible in the other, that it became known as the drunk vice presidential inaugural address. He drank heavily the night before, drank during, and drank after. They had to cover it up how drunk he was during his inauguration speech. By the way, only 48 days after this inauguration speech, Lincoln was dead, and Andrew Johnson had to give another speech, taking over as president. He was drunk for that too. And this speech might have been even worse because he at no point talked about Lincoln. Lincoln had just been shot, and he talked about himself for like 45 minutes and how great he was and how important he was. But later on, William Harrison might have given the worst speech in American history because William Harrison gathered everybody in the cold, freezing rain and spoke for 2 hours. 2 hours 40, I think, in the cold, freezing rain about nothing. Rambling about like history and Greco-Roman references, and then died. He got pneumonia and died. He like had the shortest presidency ever. It was like a few days. George Bush, right at the beginning of what would be 20-year-long quagmire wars, giggity, had a mission accomplished speech where he said they had already accomplished it all. He came out and said it's done when it wasn't even close to done, bro. So we've had some bad speeches in American history, and I don't know that we can rank this up there with that. But the reaction, what I'm seeing about this speech is up there, okay? People are saying that Donald Trump's UN speech from yesterday is pretty bad. Now, I've only seen recaps, only read about it, so I'm excited to watch it here with you today. There was some drama going into it, namely that the Donald Trump's escalator didn't work. There was, accusations that it was sabotaged to stop him from getting up the stairs. Caroline Leavitt said if someone intentionally stopped the escalator, they need to be fired and investigated immediately. The UN's response, this is what their statement is that one of Trump's photographers was at the top of the escalator and they caused it to stop because they were like putting a camera in the thing. That's what they said, but I don't know. But there was an escalator drama. And then there was also teleprompter drama. So when Donald Trump got out there to give the speech, the teleprompter was apparently broken. And because the prompter was broken, I believe we got one of the most insane off the cuff speeches that a president's ever given to an address of all world leaders. So that is what we're about to watch. We're gonna have to see it for ourselves.
Very much appreciate it. And I don't mind making this speech without a teleprompter because the teleprompter is not working.
All right. I call it opening Riz. So far, so good. So far, so good, GOAT. It's self-effacing, it's casual. You got the audience eating out of the palm of your hand. They're laughing. I'm assuming it's all uphill from here.
And here in the United States, 4 years of weakness, lawlessness, and radicalism under the last administration delivered our nation into a repeated set of disasters.
So, high level, I would say, when you're presenting to your own country, it's sort of assumed that you can shit talk your political opponent because you're running an election against them, and you have to eventually say why you're different or better. But when you are talking to the United Nations, it's kind of like parents shouldn't fight in front of the kids. The general strategy is that you don't air out your grievances with how your country's been turned into a fucking shithole in the 4 years of Joe Biden. You want to present a sort of united front that you are America, you are strong, you don't want to say, I've been given this absolute shit heap. Okay, that's my first note.
1 year ago, our country was in deep trouble, but today, just 8 months into my administration, we are the hottest country anywhere in the world, and there is no other country even close.
I'm sorry to pause, but my second note is you should always, with a speech, maybe consider the audience. This audience is people who lead other countries. They're all very passionate about their own countries. So talking about how their countries are how your country was shitty 8 months ago, but now it's super hot and everyone else's country is not close, is just, what is the purpose? Because the goal is, at the very least, get cooperation out of these people or get your goals advanced. This feels like bragging just to brag. It's just funny to consider the audience. Like, these are all world leaders. Why are you telling them how their countries are so shit by comparison?
Grocery prices are down.
No.
Mortgage rates are down.
No.
And inflation has been defeated. Thing that's up is the stock.
Inflation is defeated? Even Melania's. Even she looks quizzical at that. Inflation's defeated? Mortgage rates are down? No, they're not.
In just 8 months since I took office, we have secured commitments and money already paid for $17 trillion. Think of it, 4 years
Okay,
less.
I wanted to pause. Again, I think a little tacky at this audience to be comparing yourself constantly with Joe Biden. But I did hear about this statement. Again, I haven't watched the speech, but I did hear about this statement. So I wanted to check the veracity of it. So I checked what you have on whitehouse.gov/investments. Your official tally. This is the Trump official tally that has it at 8 trillion. So you just said 17 trillion, which is double the tally that you have here. But then I wanted to look into what was in this number, and almost all of it is commitments like this one from your first term, where you say that Saudi Arabia or Japan or South Korea is going to invest $500 billion, $600 billion, $700 billion. Now, this one from your first term, we can go back and check what happened, where you said Saudi Arabia would purchase $450 billion of U.S. products. Problem is, $455 billion is the amount that Saudi Arabia has bought over the last 25 years combined. So the idea they're going to do that very quickly is like extremely insane. I don't think that's likely. So we can look back now and find out that did not happen. The number never materialized. Of course they didn't buy 25 times their normal yearly output. And so the number that I'm seeing here feels inflated. It feels like there's a lot of like fluff in there of countries that will not actually materially buy more or less US goods than they were doing before. They buy what they need. They don't just make a promise and throw 500 billion new things. And the fact that you took this number and then seemingly doubled it for no reason is also weird, because where's the extra money coming from? But anyway, back to the speech. I just wanted to bring that part up because that economically didn't make sense to me.
On our southern border, we have successfully repelled a colossal invasion. And for the last 4 months, and that's 4 months in a row, the number of illegal aliens.
It's just so funny to do the campaign speech to this audience. They're all sitting stone-faced. They don't, like, what, you're just doing a campaign rally. You're talking about domestic issues to the United Nations.
A year ago, it was millions and millions of people pouring in from all over the world, from prisons, from mental institutions,
insane asylums, yeah.
drug dealers. They just poured into our country with the ridiculous open border policy of the Biden administration.
He said Biden 4 times already. We're 5 minutes in.
Likewise, in a period of just 7 months, I have ended 7
wars.
They said this includes Cambodia and Thailand, Kosovo and Serbia, the Congo and Rwanda, a vicious, violent war.
Dude, it's wild because like the leaders of all those countries are here. And like there's like many of those countries are mad that he's taking full credit for the whatever involvement he had. He's taking full credit for ending the wars, and so he's doing it right now.
Pakistan and India and
like
Armenia.
For example, Pakistan and India is an example where there's this big dispute rising because India is very upset that he is taking claim that he has ended the conflict with Pakistan, despite their claim is that he was barely involved.
Now, after ending all of these wars and also earlier negotiating the Abraham Accords, which is a very big thing for which our country received no credit, never receives credit. Everyone says that I should get the Nobel Peace Prize for each one of these achievements.
Dude, it's so funny to say, I don't receive any credit, but everybody says I should get the Nobel Prize. To simultaneously be an unheard of victim, but also that everybody in the world is singing your praises would think impossible, but he's done it.
Many years ago, a very successful real estate developer in New York, known as Donald J. Trump, I bid on the rent.
I was like, who's he talking about? He goes third person with it. Subtle, I like that.
I said at the time that I would do it for $500 million, rebuilding everything. But they decided to go in another direction, which was much more expensive at the time. It was going to cost them a fortune.
He's hashing out like a 25-year-old grudge that the UN didn't hire him to remodel the building. You're the president right now, in front of world leaders, most of whom weren't even the leaders at the time.
And 3 months ago, in Operation Midnight Hammer, 7 American B-2 bombers dropped the 14 30,000-pound each bombs on Iran's key nuclear facility, totally obliterating everything.
This is like minutes after openly campaigning for a Nobel Peace Prize. But it's also just a deep misunderstanding of like what you could gain out of this meeting. This all seems so very short-term and ego-driven. It's like a kind of a tough guy routine. But the point is, other people in this room have their own ability to make actions and decisions, and nothing about this is positioning you as a reliable partner or ally or someone like. They may have to work with you because the United States has an enormous economy and financial interests and military power, but it's like making it unappealing.
I've also been working relentlessly in stopping the killing in Ukraine.
Oh, let's hear about this.
I thought that would be, of the 7 wars that I stopped, I thought that would be the easiest because of my relationship with President Putin, which had always been a good one. I thought that was going to be the easiest one, but you know, in war, you never know what's going to happen.
This guy's actually funny, man. It's just so sad that he's in the position that he is, speaking to every other world leader as the president of my country, but he is funny. You were the one that said it would be day one so many times. So many times. It was the #1 most repeated promise is how the war in Ukraine never would have happened and you're going to get it done day one. If you're someone who's like, well, with war, you never know. Don't tell everybody how it's so easy and you're going to do it on day one. If you are of the opinion that, like, listen, these are things you can't predict, then don't predict it.
China and India are the primary funders of the ongoing war by continuing to purchase Russian oil. But inexcusably, even NATO countries have not cut off much Russian energy and Russian energy products. Cease all energy purchases from Russia. Otherwise, we're all wasting a lot of time. So
again, this is a broader take on the vibe of this room, right? So if you are in this room talking shit on China and India, two large economies, and Europe, like what I'm saying is, who are the allies? Who are the people you are trying to build as your coalition? As you go around the globe one by one and shit on them in this, I just don't know where you see the people flocking to your side.
I look at London, where you have a terrible mayor, terrible mayor. And it's been so changed. Now they want to go to Sharia law.
So I wanted to talk about this specifically because, I wanted to check in on what's going on in London. Because people do say there's problems in London. So I wanted to see. And he's saying it's the mayor. It's the mayor is trying to put on Sharia law. If you were to guess what the citizens of London actually thought their biggest problems were, do you think you could do it? Number one, woke mayor, that's true. They said persistent housing crisis and a high cost of living, aka rent and mortgages, which is a shocker to me because I really thought it was the Sharia law. I thought it was but it turns out, like most places, it's, again, economics. It's housing and high cost of living. Their mayor, Sadiq Khan here, is Muslim. However, I looked up his policies, and not only is he not doing Sharia law, he's like openly trying to get Britons to drink more. Sharia law would ban drinking. He's creating a summer streets fund to try and get more bars and tourism going. He's like trying to create a pub crawl network. I'm not endorsing this guy. I just, because again, I think London is going through an economic crisis. It's probably not being addressed. The inequality gap in London is getting really bad. It's impossible to live for a regular working person. However, is this guy doing Sharia law? No. He's not. Just like verifiably not doing that. He is just probably ineffectual at the greater economic challenges of Britain and is, doing small stakes, normal stuff to help London. So I would have to judge that as false.
But to stay this way, every sovereign nation must have the right to control their own borders. You have the right to control your borders, as we do now, and to limit the sheer numbers of...
Listen, I want just a little comment on this in general, because it's a constant talking point. Like, immigration did surge in America in 2021, like right after COVID. There was an abnormal amount of immigration. And I am supportive of a border policy that you can have that is you can control or constrain or whatever. Immigration is good for a country in general economically, but there can be a amount that a country can support and you try to keep it around that band. But the problems that are causing these rising anger in a lot of Western European countries and here come back to the same thing I just showed in that slide. The real problems are cost of living, rent, mortgages, all that stuff, okay? And they're being blamed on immigration and borders. They're being redirected in that direction. Just as an example of why that won't solve the problem, even if you were to somehow perfectly control that and lock down your border. We have a much lower rate of border crossings right now, and we have not changed anything positively economically in America. Like the problems right now, it's a perfect example of how that doesn't fix the problem. It's not related. It is not the problem. It's just a scapegoat. You can solve that quote unquote problem completely and it will not change the fundamental thing that is making you angry. Grocery prices are going up. Inflation is going up. Housing prices are out of control. The economy is slowing down. None of these things are being improved by this constant rhetoric around immigration. It hasn't changed anything.
It's time to end the failed experiment of open borders. You have to end it now. See, I can tell you, I'm really good at this stuff. Your countries are going to hell. In America, we've taken bold action.
So that's the iconic line. I'm really good at this stuff. Your countries are going to hell while looking out at the United Nations. It's just crazy. And it's like comically unheard of in the history of the United Nations or in the history of the United States addressing its allies, so-called allies. It's crazy. I feel like I get caught up too much in like the details of the specifics of what he's saying, but like the grand scheme of it is crazy. Like, what is the purpose of this? What is the goal? If you truly don't care about the United Nations, then don't go. Don't show up. Why go here and just get all this bad will? I don't understand.
My people have done a fantastic job in doing what they did, and the American public agrees with it. I mean, I was very proud to see this morning I have the highest poll numbers I've ever had. Part of it is because of what we've done.
No. I'm sorry, but no. That is not true. I'm sorry, but that is incorrect. Underwater in 4 major categories. Trump's approval rating dips as Americans worry about the economy. Again, you're pulling Biden numbers, bro. You're pulling Biden inflation numbers.
I believe we lost 300,000 people last year to drugs. 300,000. Fentanyl and other drugs.
So I looked it up because I saw this line. 80,000. Not that it's a good number, but again, his insistence on taking every real number and then doubling or tripling it for effect is annoying. It's annoying. It's annoying. It's 80,000, which is a high number. We do have a huge drug problem in America. It is something we should work on. I don't think blowing up random Venezuelan boats is the way to stop it. And I just find the constant need to take numbers that are already prove your point or are shocking and then just make them, balloon them out of control. It reduces trust in every sentence. Every sentence.
Energy is another area where the United States is now thriving like never before. We're getting rid of the falsely named renewables. By the way, they're a joke. They don't work. And most of them are built in China, and I give China a lot of credit. They build them, but they very few wind farms. So why is it that they build them and they send them all over the world, but they barely use them? You know what they use? Coal?
So I wanted to check on that as well. You know, it's a pretty bold claim. China makes most of the world's solar and wind and exports it all over the world, but he's saying they don't actually use it themselves. So I pulled the data in an Excel sheet here, and then I sorted it. This is wind farm capacity by country by megawatts. And I sorted it by who had the most. And at the top is China, both in terms of operating wind farms, also under construction wind farms, also prospective total pre-construction plus announced wind farms. So they make the most, use the most, and are building the most. Now, it is true that China also has a fuck ton of coal. They have a ton of everything. I mean, China is doing everything. China is doing the most nuclear. They're doing the most solar. They're doing the most wind. They're doing first or second most coal. They're doing everything because China just cares about energy independence. That's what they want more than anything else. They just want it all. They want every source of energy more than they care about environmental impacts. The statement that they don't use wind is not true. It's just, they use a ton of wind. They use a ton of solar.
If you don't get away from this green scam, your country is going to fail. And I'm really good at predicting things, you know? They actually said during the campaign.
Are you? I want to believe you because you're my GOAT. You're my greatest president ever, but I'm just, sometimes you promise me things that don't come true. So I feel like your skills are elsewhere than predicting. Like sometimes you predict that you'll end the war on day one and that you'll get grocery prices down and that we're going to have a booming economy immediately roaring back. Now I'm worried that the predictions aren't really your strong suit. I'm just surprised. Now the United States' open position to the United Nations is that global warming is entirely a hoax.
The best-selling hat. Trump was right about everything. And I don't say that in a braggadocious way, but it's true. I've been right about everything.
My only problem with Trump is that he's too humble, bro. Take some credit. Take a bow. You've earned it.
But we don't have to do much hunting because we have the most oil of any nation anywhere, oil and gas in the world. And if you add coal, we have the most of any nation in the world. Clean, I call it clean, beautiful coal. You can do things today with coal that you couldn't do.
Hand of God. That hand of God to plan that. I just know that he always says clean coal.
Brazil now faces major tariffs in response to its unprecedented efforts to interfere in the rights and freedoms of our American citizens and others. I have a little problem saying this because I must tell you, I was walking in and the leader of Brazil was walking out. I saw him, he saw me, and we embraced. And then I'm saying, can you believe I'm going to be saying this in just 2 minutes? But we actually agreed that we would meet next week. But he seemed like a very nice man, actually. He liked me, I liked him. But if you, and I only do business with people I like. We had, at least for about 39 seconds, we had excellent chemistry. It's a good sign. But also in the past, Brazil, can you believe this?
But first, let me shit on your country and say why we're applying a 50% tariff on everything to just completely fracture and rupture trade between our two nations. Then let me talk about how I met you in the hallway and how we're like, I kind of like you. We're hitting it off. And then let me go back to shitting on your country. This is crazy.
I'm very sorry to say this, that Brazil is doing poorly and will continue to do poorly.
No, he's talking about Lula, who gave the speech before him. Bolsonaro is the one who's in prison for doing a Trump-style coup, which is one of the reasons that Trump is saying they're targeting political opponents and wants to put a tariff on them. And again, worth saying, I want to get the bigger picture here. This can all be like, haha, Trump's saying some stupid stuff. It's leading to materially worse outcomes for American citizens. Specifically, as an example, the fact that we have antagonized both Brazil and China in speeches like these and with our tariff actions has pushed them together. And now, China, which is a massive, massive soybean buyer, has now started buying all of their soybeans from Brazil. So Brazil farmers are loving it. They have a new major contract. China's loving it. They have a new supplier outside of the American system. American farmers are freaking out. American farmers have like 4 billion tons of soybeans that last year were bought by China and this year have no buyers. They are about to have the harvest and they are freaking out because they have no buyers. So they're gonna have a horrendously financially devastating season. And that is one small example of what we are seeing over and over again of what happens when you drive everybody away. Again, I have said from the beginning that had there been a coordinated plan to really lock in with allies that shared similar history and value, like, you know, go to Europe, go to Korea, go to Japan, go to people that have had long histories of alliances with America, and build a coordinated network to try and push back on China in some way to recapture some of the manufacturing they've grabbed. That is like at least a strategic plan that makes sense. But what he has done, not only in his words here, but in his actions, is like force everyone to do as little with America as they can get away with. Now, it's so big that they still have to do some with it, but like as little as they get with, and try to find other routes for the long term outside of it, so they don't have to be at the whims of this guy's mob boss style words and actions. It's frustrating, you know? I mean, this is a funny speech and I'm making fun of it as I go, but this style is frustrating and creates these deep long-term rifts outside of the US dollar system, outside of the US trade system, that leaves people in the country I live in poorer, just like literally with worse, more struggling lives. And so it's annoying. This whole strategy towards other nations I find to be really stupid and short-sighted.
We'll turn it around. We're going to make our countries better, safer, more beautiful. We're going to take care of our people. Thank you very much. It's been an honor. God bless the nations of the world. Thank you very much. Bye.
Wow. Chill. Well, anyway, I don't know where that ranks among the all-time speeches, but I found that to be a really bad speech. I just think it accomplished no goals. I think it looked bad, and I think it's frankly a little bit embarrassing to be talking in front of the United Nations that way. So you can let me know your own personal rankings, but crazy thing to watch.
Restaurant store.
30 chairs, non-squeak.
Webstaurant store.
15 non-wobbly tables.
Webstaurant store.
Add 8 cases of pint glasses.
Webstaurant store.
Lights.
Webstaurant store.
Add a set of knives.
Webstaurant store.
What did they use this for?
Webstaurant store.
That's gotta go.
Webstaurant store.
Where are we gonna find all this stuff?
I already ordered it.
Huh? All of it?
Webster on Store for whatever your restaurant needs.
Welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show. You daily dive into the news, and we have a lot to talk about today, starting with this. Tylenol causes autism. That is what President Trump and RFK Jr. told America last night, and we should talk about it, because you have the president saying,
Effective immediately, the FDA will be notifying physicians that the use of well, let's see how we say that. Acetaminophen. Is that okay? Which is basically commonly known as Tylenol, during pregnancy can be associated with a very increased risk of autism. So taking Tylenol is not good. All right, I'll say it. It's not good.
with Trump then going on to add that this can be ignored in situations where a pregnant mom has an extremely high fever, though he emphasized to use as little Tylenol as possible. Right? And then you also had RFK Jr. speaking, saying that under his leadership, he directed various government agencies to look into all causes of autism, including the possibility that pharmaceuticals could play a role. And then RFK went on to say that the previous administration refused to do this and only researched the genetic component of autism, which I will say is just not true, and researchers have long explored a plethora of possible causes, with the consensus being that the best studies look at genetic, medical, and environmental data. Also, I'll say while this announcement, it was very controversial, it didn't come as a surprise. Right? And that at least in part because since late last week, Trump's been teasing that this was coming. And then on Sunday, he said that he strongly believed that there was a link between Tylenol and autism. So of course that begs the question, is there? Right? And the short answer right now appears to be no, and the more nuanced answer appears to be still no, but it's also not like Trump and RFK Jr. completely made this up. Right? Their best evidence is a paper from August by Harvard and Mount Sinai researchers, which suggests that acetaminophen use early on in a pregnancy might lead to a tiny increase in autism rates. You've had the Make America Healthy Again crowd bringing this paper up as proof that there is a link between the two and that Tylenol use needs to be stopped during pregnancy. Even the researchers on that paper, they didn't rule out taking the drug entirely. Instead, they suggested that mothers should take the lowest possible dose since, quote, the drug is important for treating maternal fever and pain, which can also harm children, which experts have noted is different than Trump's recommendation to only take it during an extreme fever. And that is, Trump said, toughing it out would be better. However, a big part of the situation is that there's a lot of research indicating that there is no link whatsoever. And there you have one of the biggest studies being done by Swedish researchers in 2024. And there they looked at cases of autism among nearly 2.5 million kids, and they found what looked like a very small association with acetaminophen use early on in pregnancy and autism. But then also when they compared the findings among siblings who had similar conditions, that link completely disappeared, and it led them to conclude that, quote, acetaminophen use during pregnancy was not associated with children's risk of autism, ADHD, or intellectual disability in sibling control analysis. This suggests that associations observed in other models may have been attributable to familial confounding. What's kind of crazy is that even the FDA has distanced itself from claiming that there is any real link here. Right at the bottom of the page, announcing this new recommendation, it added, it is important to note that while an association between acetaminophen and neurological conditions has been described in many studies, a causal relationship has not been established, and there are contrary studies in the scientific literature. And adding, it is also noted that acetaminophen is the only over-the-counter drug approved for use to treat fevers during pregnancy, and high fevers in pregnant women can pose a risk to their children. And then also with this situation, you can't talk about autism without mentioning diagnosis rates, and Trump and RFK Jr. both called it an autism crisis, and Trump went on to say,
just a few decades ago, 1 in 10,000 children had autism. Used to be 1 in 20,000, then 1 in 10,000, and now it's 1 in 31, but in some areas it's much worse than that.
Right, and Trump, like many of his followers, have come to the conclusion that something is causing it to rise, but there you also have experts noting that he's ignoring probably the biggest factor of all. We've learned a lot about autism over the years, and we're now far better at diagnosing. Right? According to Dr. Christine Ladd Acosta, who helped gather the data on autism rates that the CDC uses, the rapid rise in rates is because of two things. The first is the broadened definition of autism spectrum disorder, which means that more people are meeting the definition now than previously. Second, there have been many widely successful public health programs that increase screening at wellness visits for children aged 18 to 24 months to look for signs of autism. And then she also pointed out that almost everyone in a child's life is far more aware of the symptoms of autism, making early diagnosis way more common. Also, as far as where Tylenol stands on this, they were not happy about being singled out, saying in a statement on Sunday, "We strongly disagree with any suggestion otherwise and are deeply concerned with the health risk this poses for expecting mothers," and saying acetaminophen is the safest pain reliever option for pregnant women as needed throughout their entire pregnancy. Without it, that women face dangerous choices, suffer through conditions like fever that are potentially harmful to both mom and baby, or use riskier alternatives. Right? And then all of this, it's playing out as you have many warning that what we're seeing here, it's very likely just going to be the tip of the iceberg, especially because Trump spent almost half his time also talking about vaccines and suggesting how quickly they're given to kids could contribute to autism, which again, right now has zero underlying evidence. But then next up in the news, Jimmy Kimmel, he is coming back tonight, but you may not actually be able to watch it, because like I briefly touched on yesterday, it happened right as I was uploading the show, ABC announced that Kimmel is returning to air, releasing a statement saying, "Last Wednesday, we made the decision to suspend production on the show to avoid further inflaming a tense situation at an emotional moment for our country. It is a decision we made because we felt some of the comments were ill-timed and thus insensitive. We have spent the last days having thoughtful conversations with Jimmy, and after those conversations, we reached the decision to return the show on Tuesday." Of course, we can't mention the suspension without kind of mentioning the quick TLDR that led to it, because you had many saying that this was a free speech issue. This was Disney caving to the FCC after its chairman suggested that he might take regulatory action against the network. Right? And Kimmel's suspension also came after two major station owners, Nexstar and Sinclair, denounced Kimmel and said they wouldn't air him last week. And well, now, despite ABC bringing Kimmel back, both companies seem to be sticking with their decision. But yesterday, you had Sinclair saying that Kimmel's show would be replaced with news programming, and discussions with ABC are ongoing as we evaluate the show's potential return. And that was something that really wasn't surprising, right? Because in addition to preempting the show last week, Sinclair also demanded that Kimmel apologize to Kirk's family and make a substantial donation to the family and Turning Point USA. And then this morning, we heard from Nexstar, with them saying we made a decision last week to preempt Jimmy Kimmel Live following what ABC referred to as Mr. Kimmel's ill-timed and insensitive comments at a critical time in our national discourse. And adding we stand by that decision pending assurance that all parties are committed to fostering an environment of respectful, constructive dialogue in the markets we serve. And this could really limit Kimmel's audience. I mean, Nexstar owns around 30 ABC stations, and Sinclair owns and controls around 40. In fact, between the two, it's been reported that they make up around 25% of ABC's affiliate reach. You know, while many might think as a consumer, okay, well, I don't really care. I'm gonna watch it on YouTube or streaming. For advertisers and connected to that Disney, that could be a problem because they buy time during the broadcast. We're gonna see in the very near future how big of a chunk of that audience has been taken out. And I say in the near future because like the views that he's gonna get in the 24 hours, maybe even 1 to 2 week cycle, that's going to matter less than the long tail, because we should expect at least a short-term increased interest. But also, I'll say, you know, we'll have to wait to see where the fallout leads us, because both Nexstar and Sinclair, they could face viewer backlash from those who want access to the program. Also, Disney, very likely going to be exploring what actions they can take from here. And as far as Nexstar, I mean, they in particular have already caught a ton of heat for their decision. Right, and that in part because they're currently in the middle of a $6 billion merger that's going to need FCC and Trump administration approval. And so with that, you had people like Elizabeth Warren writing, if approved, Nexstar would control TV stations reaching 80% of households, violating the cap set by Congress to protect against monopolies. This censorship of Kimmel reeks of corruption. But then also with this whole situation, as for how Kimmel came back on air, you have reports saying that he's been meeting with Disney execs since Thursday to discuss his return. And while he's yet to publicly address the situation, we should expect to see his thoughts on the matter tonight. Though also on the aspect of thoughts being shared, a lot of people have been supporting Jimmy Kimmel. And we've seen that in people speaking out, as well as there being many efforts to boycott Disney and cancel streaming subscriptions in hopes that withholding dollars could force the company into changing course. And in fact, with that, you had Ana Gomez, the sole Democratic commissioner of the FCC, giving a lot of credit to those boycotts, writing yesterday, "I am glad to see Disney finds its courage in the face of clear government intimidation. More importantly, I want to thank those Americans from across the ideological spectrum who spoke loudly and courageously against this blatant attempt to silence free speech," adding we must combat these efforts to stifle free expression, and saying it will continue to be up to us as citizens to push back against this administration's growing campaign of censorship and control. I will keep fighting to ensure local broadcasters have the independence to stand up to government threats. You know, with this, even though many, especially on the right, have argued that ABC's initial choice to suspend Kimmel was not the result of government-pressured censorship and just a regular business decision, you had Gomez arguing that's just not the case, calling it corporate capitulation and claiming that the Trump administration is, quote, not afraid of using the full power of our government to silence government critics. And so for now, we'll have to wait to see what Kimmel says tonight, the reaction and fallout from that, and then how things continue with Nexstar and Sinclair. And then we've got more we got to dive into, but first, let me say, you know, not guzzling enough water, not surviving on $14 green juices, not doing a 27-step skincare routine before bed, or eating the exact Mediterranean, keto, paleo, vegan, super salad TikTok says will fix your life. Because none of that matters if you're ignoring your actual health. And that's where today's sponsor, ZocDoc, comes in. Right? And ZocDoc is a free app and website that I actually use where you can search and compare high-quality in-network doctors and click to instantly book an appointment. No phone tag, no begging receptionist, no the first openings 4 months from now nonsense. Instead, you search, compare real patient reviews, and book instantly online. What's really key is they've got over 100,000 doctors across every specialty, from dentists, dermatologists, therapists, urgent care, primary care, all of it. And you can even filter by insurance, location, or availability so you don't waste time guessing who's right for you. And one of the best parts, I mean, appointments are usually within 24 to 72 hours, sometimes even same day. And I use ZocDoc because, shocker, I don't want to sit on a wait list while hoping my body doesn't fall apart. I mean, life is just too short for that. Your body's sending signals, and ignoring them, it's not going to make them disappear. So stop putting off those doctor's appointments. Scan that QR code or go to ZocDoc.com/Phil to find and instantly book a top-rated doctor today. That's ZocDoc.com/Phil, ZocDoc.com/Phil. But then next up in the news, this is crazy. We've got to talk about how the Secret Service just took down a network that could have crippled New York's telecom systems. Right, and this is more than 100 world leaders have gathered in the city for the 80th session of the UN General Assembly, including Donald Trump. But this crazy situation uncovered by the Secret Service, it reportedly followed a months-long investigation into what authorities have described as anonymous telephonic threats made against 3 high-level government officials. Right, 1 in the Secret Service and 2 who work at the White House. And these threats, reportedly, they may have been something like the swatting calls we've seen directed at more and more public officials over the past few years, but also this network, according to at least one official, the agency had never seen something like it before. Right, it reportedly would have been capable of sending an encrypted and anonymous text to every human being in the country within 12 minutes. Right, with investigators finding more than 100,000 SIM cards and 300 servers at several locations within a 35-mile radius of the UN's headquarters. And with that, you had Matt McCool, which, yes, sounds like a made-up Secret Service name for a CW show. Actually, really quick, when you think of Matt McCool, what do you think of? I think of a humanoid dog that can skateboard, right? Like Poochie from The Simpsons. Anyway, Matt McCool, real person, top agent at the Secret Service's New York field office, said this network had the potential to disable cell phone towers and essentially shut down the cellular network. Or with it reportedly becoming clear to law enforcement that what they had discovered had been built for far more than just making untraceable swatting calls. Like, in addition to jamming the cellular network, the system could be used for surveillance. And so the investigators, they'd been going through the data on the SIM cards that they recovered to see if they could figure out
What's up, Greg, and welcome back to a very special video. I have something super exciting to show you guys today because I think I have found my new favorite TV show. It's called Mountain Monsters. The reason it's so exciting and so special to me is that you guys have seen me talk about kids channels on YouTube, right? Think back to like when I talked about the Scherer family. Remember that family that was obsessed with finding like a pond monster in their pond in their backyard? Or you had those YouTubers who wanted to find the game master. They had this villain that like they were always chasing in their videos, and it was all clearly fake, and they never found him. And it kind of seems like they didn't really write out the script at all, and they kind of just made it up as they went along. Well, I have found a TV show that is like that, but instead of on YouTube, it's on TV, and instead of for kids, it's for people who watch the Travel Channel, which I don't think is kids. But this show is legitimately like the quality of a 2016 children's YouTube channel. It's awesome. It seems like it's unscripted. They just dick around in the woods. I love it. I have not watched an entire episode of it yet, but I've watched a lot of clips of it on YouTube, and it is my new favorite show. I'll show you one of my favorite clips of it right now. It's called Buck, Huckleberry, and Jeff Are Kidnapped.
We're in Wood County, West Virginia, and that road team pushed all 3 of our guys in the back of that van, me and Wild Bill's gonna haul ass across this field and try to catch up with them.
One of the only downfalls in the show is that all of the members of the Mountain Monster Hunting Squad have the thickest southern accents in the entire world. The show needs subtitles like 100% of the time, so if you're not following right off the bat, I don't blame you. Here's what's happening. So this show follows this group of mountain monster hunters. They hunt monsters in like the southern United States around like the Appalachian area. And I guess during one of their mountain monster hunting activities, Buck, Huckleberry, and Jeff, 3 members of the crew, are kidnapped by masked men. This immediately intrigued me because in this show, their only adversaries are monsters. You'll see, it's like they hunt like Bigfoot, Wolfman, Chupacabras, etc. So the idea that they're getting kidnapped by 3 men wearing masks is very intriguing to me. It's like, are they working for a monster? Are 3 like normal guys, their day-to-day job is working for a monster? Does it pay them? But nevertheless, these 3 get kidnapped. The other 2 members of the crew are there looking, watching it happen, and they go off chasing them.
Now you can have your camera back. Take the hood off. You don't know where the hell you're at. You can film all you want now, big boy. Say cheese. The van stops. A guy gets out and comes back and gives us our camera.
Super nice of them to give them their camera back and to let their entire camera crew actually come with while they're being kidnapped. Very generous. Kidnappers don't usually let them do that.
Say cheese.
Also, in this moment, I feel like we should be worried for these 3 guys' safety. They're being kidnapped. They're taken somewhere they don't know where they are. They're probably gonna get eaten by a monster. But then they start showing clips of like confessional footage of them talking about what was happening that was clearly taken after this whole thing subsides. So I'm no longer worried about them at all. Obviously, they're all safe after this.
You all right, Jeffrey? Yeah, I'm doing fine. Keep the fucking talking to a minimum.
Jesus, dude, they switched up so fast. They were like, go ahead and record. Yeah, film as much as you want. Here's your camera even. And we'll smile and say hi to your camera. And then they're just like talking and back about how scared they are. And the guy's like, shut the fuck up. Keep it down back there. Keep the talking to a minimum, all right? And keep the filming to a maximum. You guys are gonna want to get this on camera, buddy. Maybe they don't want them talking because it's gonna ruin the footage. They know how good this is gonna be for the show, and they're like, shut the fuck up, you're gonna ruin it. We're the producers of the show. Shh, we're gonna make great TV together.
Me and Brother Willie, we're recon around this cabin. We're gonna get up there and put an eyeball on it, see what the hell is going on with our team members.
Huh? I don't know what it is about these guys, but every time it cuts to a confessional, not only are they just like incoherent, but they're also screaming.
See what the hell's going on with our team members?
It honestly actually makes it seem like whatever is about to happen is extremely traumatizing. If like when they get them in front of the camera for the first time afterwards, they're like, I don't know what the fuck just happened, dude! Anyway, the masked men take them to this cabin in the middle of the woods. They take them inside, they chain up the cameraman, and then they sit them down.
The light kicks on right in our face. You can see a mirror on the wall, and you can see a speaker and a camera. I've never seen a place like this, but it looks like an interrogation room.
A mirror, a speaker, and a camera? I've never seen a room like this in my goddamn life. That's the scariest, most nonsensical combination of things I can think of, dude. A room has no right having all 3 of those things. Actually, I hate to admit it, but the room I'm sitting in right now actually does have all 3 of those things. A camera, a speaker, and then there's a mirror over there. Because I'm a monster.
I've never seen a place like this, but it looks like an interrogation room.
You've never seen a place like this? There's literally episodes of this show where you guys like fight Bigfoot and you're thrown for a loop by a room with a camera and a speaker and a mirror.
This whole situation is weird.
I mean, yeah, man, I agree.
Hello?
Oh, shit. Come on. Sit down.
Oh shit, he said sit down. Sorry. Oh no, dude, it's another human clearly wearing a mask. No!
Damn, I'm sitting. As soon as that skeleton appeared in my face and said sit down, I sat down.
Hell yeah, you did, dude. I love this dude. This dude's name is Buck. His commentary that they cut to every time is literally just like repeating exactly what just happened. It's a shot of him sitting down and then he's like, I sat down, man.
You know who I am.
You're the guy that killed the Stonus Giant.
Yeah. No.
Fuck! That was our only guess.
I want to make a deal.
A deal?
Let me tell you what right now, old boy. There's no way in hell we're gonna help you kill another damn Bigfoot. I never said I was after a Bigfoot.
starting to think these guys might be a little bit out of their element. They actually have no clue what's going on. Do you know who I am? Yeah, you're the dude who killed the Stonish Giant. What? No. Oh, that's right. Then you want us to kill a Bigfoot. No, I'm Brian. From the party last week? You don't remember me? The Stonish Brian? No, just Brian.
I want you to go back to Lee County, Virginia. I want you to capture the woman of the woods.
The woman of the woods? The woman of the woods is someone we don't want to mess with.
Okay, that was clearly just one of them wearing a hood, right? Like very clearly just like an old man wearing a hood in a thermal camera. I like that this is the clip they show for the woman of the woods being someone you don't want to mess with too. Like the only thing I'm getting from this is that like they have a hot body temperature. You do not want to deal with the woman of the woods, dude. It has a fever. As you can tell from this clip, she is scalding hot.
This team's already had one heck of an encounter with him. When we were in Lee County, she touched Huckleberry and Jeff and marked them for death. She affected Jeff's mind, maybe for life.
Now you're probably thinking, dang, poor Jeff. This dude gets attacked by a woman of the woods and his brain is still like all fried from it. Well, let me tell you, dude, you don't even know the half of it, because this kind of shit happens to Jeff in every episode. I don't know what it is, but from every YouTube clip I've watched, if one of them gets attacked by a monster, it is Jeff. And every time, he is traumatized. As you could probably tell from the clip of him screaming. I think they might all be in the wrong profession, but especially Jeff. Please, Jeff, find a new job.
All right, we help you get this woman of the woods. How's this benefit us?
Yeah, Buck, are you really the one that should be brokering this deal? Are you really the one with the authority to be like, all right, yeah, we'll do it. We'll go back and capture the woman of the woods. No skin off my bones. Jeff is just sitting there sweating. Yeah, we will, we can totally help with that. No, that's fine. I liked it. I like the woman of the woods.
If you capture the woman of the woods, in exchange, I'll bring you those who killed the Stonish Giant.
You didn't kill him?
No.
Yeah, he already said that, dude. Are you guys paying attention at all? How do I know the lore of the show better than you do? Why do they keep trying to pin the Stonish Giant on this guy like they're crooked cops or something? Where were you on the night of the Stonish Giant's death? Oh my god, dude, for the last time I did not kill the Stonish Giant. Aha! We never mentioned that the Stonish Giant even died. Yeah, you did. You did like 5 times. Oh yeah? Then explain this. That's a picture of you holding the Stonish Giant's decapitated head. Did you kill him? Ah, shit, I've been caught again.
He says he can deliver who killed the Stonish Giant. If he can make good on that deal, that's something we're really gonna have to consider.
That's something that I'm really gonna have to consider, and Jeff's really gonna have to deal with.
I've never lied to you, and I never will.
Well, yeah, you kinda did.
You kinda did. 30 seconds ago when you said you didn't kill the Stonish Giant.
I didn't kill the fucking Stonish Giant!
There are secrets you have yet to learn.
Why is that a big surprising moment? I don't know everything in the whole world?
Everything you need is in front of you.
Where'd you go?
So the skeleton disappears. These guys get all pissed off and they're like, where'd he go? They're sick of all the riddles and all of the cryptic messages. So Buck takes a chair and he just slams through the glass to try to get to the bottom of this. And let me tell you, nothing will prepare you for what they find on the other side of this glass.
Damn. Oh my god. Holy shit. It's a hog's head. What the hell?
Maybe this is crazy, but to me, if you hunted monsters for a living, like weird cryptic things like this wouldn't be that surprising to you. So I just love how surprised they are. And like the notion that this is totally outlandish, totally out of the realm of possibilities after they were just talking about like hunting the Stonish Giant. Just the fact that they found a hog's head. A hog's head? Doesn't make any sense.
All of a sudden, right there behind it, there's a damn hog's head.
That's so true, Huckleberry, dude. That you could not have said it better. It was a hog's head. I love the sound effects in this show so much. They get so much mileage out of those impact sound effects. And I love a good impact sound effect as much as the next guy, so I really appreciate how many they were able to get out of that hog's head reveal.
Damn. Oh my god. Holy shit. It's a hog's head. What the hell?
Blood coming out of its nose, its ears, its eyes. What the hell does that mean?
I don't know, man. Don't ask me. They go up to the Hogshead. Did you kill the Stoners giant? Then the other two members of the gang show up and they make their way into the back room to get a closer look at the Hogshead.
Holy shit. I'm telling you guys, there was someone in here.
Dude, if this is the skeleton's lair, he's actually got kind of a sick setup, dude. He's got like a Pepsi vending machine fridge here. He's got a little sink in the background. Skeleton's not living too bad, honestly. Half expecting it to pan over. There's like a gaming setup. He's got one of those sick gaming chairs and 2 monitors.
They're gone. There's nothing else we can do. We have a lot to fill you two in on. Let's do it away from here. I don't feel safe.
Oh, dude, what happened? Why not? You okay? Did something happen? I don't get it. Now, you might not have realized it, but each one of the members of the team actually has specific roles on the team, as you can see in the, like, opening of the show. You got Trapper, the team leader. You got Buck, the expert caller. He might not be an expert himself, but he will definitely call one for you. You got Huckleberry, security. Can't believe that motherfucker was security the whole time, dude. What did he do to prevent them from getting kidnapped? He was sitting there with them chained up, just being like, I just gotta keep my eyes peeled in case anything funny happens. Good thing this is all very ordinary to me. Then you've got Jeff, the researcher. He's always researching different monsters, different ways of kind of healing from the trauma that his adventures have put him through. Willie, the trap builder, and of course, Wild Bill, the expert tracker. He's gonna track down the experts and then Buck's gonna call him over. Now you probably want to see them actually getting into action, you know, hunting a real monster. Because in that first clip, they were kind of honestly being hunted. So you want to see them in their element, going to investigate some kind of supernatural monster sighting. Which brings us to this clip. Fanged creature attacks the Ames team.
All right, guys, the next creature we're going to investigate is one we have a history with. We're going after the Cherokee Death Cat.
One thing you'll come to learn through watching clips of this show is they have a history with every monster. You could name the most obscure monster ever, the Patagonia Pants Swindler, and they'd be like, oh yeah, we've got history with that guy. Yeah, Buck actually dated him in college, right, Buck? Yeah, you do not want to mess with him, man. He'll swindle your pants.
We know this death cat is nothing to mess with. It's a huge feline, weighing in at 500 pounds.
Holy shit, dude, that's what it looks like? Oh my god.
Weighing in at 500 pounds.
500 pounds? This thing is jacked. Why did they make it so muscular? Look at the size of its arm, dude. The crazy thing is, if they got close enough to it with their camera crew to get a detailed enough idea of what it looks like that they could make this 3D model, why not just show the clip of it? That's what I want to see. I want to see real footage of this thing. Don't show me a fucking 3D render. Unless this was the footage that they got from it, in which case, give your cameraman a raise, dude. This is some crazy footage. Dude, I'm gonna go to a personal trainer, and when they ask me, like, what kind of body type I want, I'm gonna show them a picture of the Cherokee Death Cat. Yeah, I want arms that are sort of like 3 feet wide, and I want spikes coming out of the front of my face. Basically, just make me an abomination. Just make me a horrific, unnatural entity.
Well, Bubba, we heard you had a pretty interesting encounter out here.
Well, yeah, we did. So when we're coming out of the woods, I was along about that tree right back there. And Dad was in front of me on that little bike, and he just stopped dead. He said, "Did you see that?" And I said, "See what, Dad?" And he said, "That big cat." He said, "Son, that cat was 8 or 9 foot long." Said it was huge.
Dad, go on.
8 or 9 feet, man. Dude, if that cat they showed was 9 feet long, that's so big. I'm sorry, Buck, Huckleberry, and Jeff. You do not stand a chance. What are you gonna do? A 500-pound, 9-foot-long demonic lion? What is your plan? This dude, Huckleberry, is not enough security for you guys. You're gonna need more than Huckleberry to protect you from a 9-foot-long lion.
And Dad said, "Leapt through the air and hit right there on that bare spot on that tree."
Okay, so the story is that this lion jumped from this log all the way over to that tree. Somehow landed in this tree without snapping it in half, first of all. And his dad saw it and he didn't? How do you miss that? If anything, you would at least hear it, right? You would hear like the loud thud of a 500-pound creature slamming into a tree. What were you doing when this happened?
I'm interested to see how far it is from that log up to where it lit up in that tree. That's a pretty long shot. I want to get a measurement and see exactly how far this big cat jumped.
That's right, Buck. That is what you did. Good memory, man.
These big predator cats, they don't fool around. This thing could be on top of you before you blink your eyes, and you're done.
Something big's been through here.
What's your solution to that? He was like, man, this thing could snap my neck from behind and I would never even know it was there. Well, anyway, let's go. So their plan right now seems like just to walk into the woods with hunting rifles, and that's their whole plan. I'm kind of 50-50 on if bullets would even have any effect on that monstrosity, but if it did, imagine them finding this like one-of-a-kind, once-in-a-lifetime species that no one's ever seen before, and they just fucking kill it. They find out it's actually a completely peaceful creature, like it didn't even want to kill them, and they're still like, get it!
Check this out. There's a pea post. This is fresh pea, dude. We just found a scent post. You can see claw marks almost 7 feet in the air and fresh urine at the base of the tree. This has to be the death cat.
It does? The only thing I can think of that can scratch and pee is a death cat that no one has ever seen before. Okay, guys, warning, here comes another oopsie daisy, we traumatized Jeff moment. So the other two guys, Buck and Huckleberry, start to walk off into the woods, not realizing that Jeff isn't with them. Jeff, meanwhile, is still staring at the tree that has claw marks and pee on it, like he just realized that there was a claw mark and pee on it.
Oh my God, claw marks on this tree.
Yeah, Jeff, they all saw that already, man. They talked about that like 5 minutes ago. You were also standing right there, so I don't know how you didn't see that. Jeff is useless, man. I'm starting to think that actually the other people bringing him along is actually a little more nefarious than I first thought. I think his purpose there is to be fed to a monster. I think they bring him as bait. They've kind of realized that monsters sort of gravitate towards him. He must just have that kind of energy that like monsters want to hurt him. So they just bring him along to like attract the most horrid things on the earth. Anyway, Buck and Huckleberry walk out of sight, and they're walking for a long time before they realize that Jeff is gone, and then Jeff starts hollering from within the woods.
Jeff! Jeff! Here's the tree we left him at. He's not here.
Here's the tree we left him at.
Here's the tree we left him at.
You guys didn't even realize you left him until you were like a mile away from him. How do you know where you left him? See, it's shit like that that makes me think that they're up to no good. Here's the tree we tied him to. Where'd he go? There's like a trail of blood leading away. Oh, thank goodness. This'll lead us right to the monster. And Jeff, of course. And our friend Jeff.
Yeah. Wait, Jeff, hold up, Jeff. Yeah, grab it. Jeff.
It locked eyes on me.
Oh my gosh, that scared me to death. Jeff, talk to me, dude. What's wrong?
What's wrong, Jeff? What the fuck, man? Why won't you talk to us? He already said it locked eyes on me, and they're like, what's wrong with you, dude? You're acting weird.
We just got up to Jeff, and he shook up.
Jeff,
Settle down, settle down.
what happened, dude?
Still tastes his breath.
What?
Did you kiss the death cat? Buck's like, what did you just say? Dude, you know me and the death cat have a history, right? That's kind of fucked up.
Are you hurt anywhere, Jeff?
Are you hurt at all, dude? He looks fine to me.
Jeff said when we got separated, that death cat came out of the tree right on top of him.
I'm just imagining he's doing this confessional like right outside the car window where Jeff is like freaking out. Jeff almost died! That idiot almost got killed by a death cat, dude. Can you believe that?
I think the best thing we can do is get Jeff out of these woods.
Come on up.
And try to talk to him in the morning.
That could have ended really, really bad.
Yeah, that could have ended really bad, man. Thank God it only broke Jeff's mind. All right, guys, well, I hope you've enjoyed this look at Mountain Monsters, my new favorite TV show that I've never watched. If you're not subscribed yet, make sure you subscribe and turn on my notifications to join Greg.
Battle song and bloodshed, fellow Noxians. Welcome!
Come on into Baymont, where you'll be greeted with a warm welcome, get a cozy room to rest up in, then grab a free hot breakfast before seeing some old friends. Enjoy our hometown hospitality at Baymont, a trusted brand by Wyndham.
Therapy has been such a massive part of my last 2 years, a massive part of the reason that I'm able to be a musician again. I think I'll always be an anxious person. I think accepting that that's always going to be there for me is a big thing.
We did it. We made it. We survived the rapture. Today, it was prophesized by one guy and latched onto by a lot of TikTok that a lot of people were going to be raptured today. Basically, if you don't know what the rapture is, it's everyone getting pulled by the server admin. So Jesus taking all of the believers and getting them off of the doomed planet. This has to be one of the most common predictions throughout all of human history. This is more often prophesized than people speculating Bloodborne 2 is going to get announced anytime there's any video game related news. And every single time, just like Bloodborne 2, it is wrong. And every time, there's somehow a ton of hype people biting onto the teat of hype, like, no, this time it's real, all of the signs indicate, you know, the red heifer. Also, I saw my grandfather, he missed a step on the way down the stairs and he broke his fucking tibia. All of this is part of the prophecy, all of it lines up perfectly. This is the real rapture this time around. And every single time, it's not. And today, this one had a lot of hype. Apparently, a lot of people were selling their belongings, getting ready to leave everything behind here. And it looks like, if you can believe it, that's not happening. And that's because no one would ever be able to predict the rapture. It is literally written in the Bible that no man would be able to predict when Jesus would be coming back. Yet, for some reason, people still take just Goober's word that this is the real rapture, and they end up, like, ruining their life preparing for it. It's craziness to me. But maybe I'm counting my chickens before they hatch. Maybe there's just like a latency issue, like it's a ping problem. He's lagging, so he's just a bit behind. So rapture might be, you know, postponed till later today. You know, maybe that's possible. But it looks like it's not happening. And since we've survived rapture, that means it's a perfect opportunity to get a new Starforge PC. There's a huge fall sale going on right now. Go to get a Starforge PC. I'm telling you, they're the best in the universe. Pre-rapture stream. So what is this hoopla about a rapture? I feel like I hear this maybe once every couple of years, where there's like a big movement about like the rapture is coming on this day, and then that day comes and it never happens, and then people just pretend they weren't going around talking about the rapture. So what's this one about? Oh, here we go. This is perfect for people like me that are super, I guess, out of the loop. Why does TikTok think the rapture is happening? Local experts explain. Alright, videos tagged #rapture have gone viral in recent days, warning that Jesus will return September 23rd to 24th for the rapture, an event in which followers believe they will ascend into the sky to meet Jesus. Is this video going to... It's just back-to-back ads. This might just be looping ads. The rapture... I know what the rapture is. Why do they think it's tomorrow? Oh, here. The latest wave of rapture speculation started with a June 16 episode of Sint Twins podcast featuring South African pastor Joshua Malekula. In the video, he claims he had a vision in which he was called into heaven and Jesus told him he was returning on September 23rd and 24th. Offered no biblical citations or theological arguments, just the date. Really? It all comes from that? One guy said so? Cool. Yeah, I had this dream that the rapture was like September 23rd or something. It's pretty cool. Jesus was kind of chill. We played like Smash Brothers Melee. Dude was a Luigi main. It was fucking sick. But yeah, he said he's coming to Earth again on like the 23rd. What's crazy is when it doesn't happen, people will still trust him. Oh yeah. No, I mean, that's not surprising. I still remember the biggest, most notable rapture scare back when I was in high school. There was this big movement about the rapture. It was so big, in fact, people were quitting their jobs in order to take their family on like one big, like, last oorah. And then when it didn't happen, it was apparently started by a radio host who just said the rapture's coming, and then everyone just believed it. So they quit their jobs and shit. And when it didn't happen, if I remember right, the radio host just like took his show off the air, and then that was that. People never got their jobs back. I actually wonder what happened with that. I think it was 2013. Harold Camping. He was an American radio host, and it was on 2011, May 21st, 2011. He made the prediction that it would happen on October 21st, 2011. Followers of Camping claim that around 200 million people would be raptured. It has also been reported that a 14-year-old Russian girl named Nastasia Zakhanova committed suicide over his prediction. Yikes. What the fuck? Oh, I didn't remember that. Yo, boy. On May 23rd, 2011, in an appearance before Congress, Camping stated he had reinterpreted his prophecy. In his revised claim, May 21st was a spiritual judgment day and the physical rapture would occur on October 21st, 2011. Oh, so he did predict on May 21st would be the first, like, that was the rapture. It didn't happen, so then he pushed it back to October. He's like, okay, I was wrong about this, I misunderstood. It's October 21st for sure. And I bet he went home and was trying to, like, bribe Jesus, like, come on, Jesus, don't make me look like an idiot. Simultaneously with the destruction of the world, Camping said his company would not return money donated by followers to publicize the failed May 21st prediction, stating, "We're not at the end, why would we return it?" Wow. What a guy. What a guy. In October 2011, News 24 reported the size of his congregation dwindled to about 25 adults on any typical Sunday. They largely avoided the social media in the months following May. Remained in seclusion after October 21st and passed without his predictions coming true. Nice. Oh, in 2012, though, he admitted his predictions were in error. We humbly acknowledge we were wrong about the timing. And also announced the end of Doomsday predictions.
The rapture is upon us. Whether you are ready or not. Today, what people will hear is God revealing his plan.
To his people.
To the people of the world.
Yeah.
God took me to see the future and then he brought me back.
But why? Why would he do that? This is the one thing that I always find to be so blasphemous. When people make a claim like that, to me that just feels like someone that's using Christianity for their own exploitative purposes. I can't stand when people do that. Like, I know it gets made of like a mockery and stuff, but I just find it to just be so in poor taste to use religion like that. It is just, like, and anyone who's like a follower of him should immediately call that out as just blasphemous. I don't know how they get away with it so frequently.
Hey, Chief.
Hey, just because I'm your editor-in-chief, you don't have to call me that.
I wasn't. I'm not good with names.
Ned.
Ned.
I like being able to stand with you, so it looks like I'm taking part. I can laugh when you laugh.
Okay.
All right.
A great man once said, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Also an idiot I used to know.
Hardee's Original Bag is back, now with even more full-size sandwiches to choose from. The new spicy chicken sandwich, hot ham and cheese, hand-breaded chicken tender wrap, or charbroiled double cheeseburger. Mix and match any two, with fries and a drink, just $6.99.
And then in heaven, in a throne room, I see Jesus.
Oh, of course they poop hawks.
And I could hear him very loud and clear. I am coming soon. And to the people who are listening, please pay attention to what I'm going to say. He says to me, on the 23rd and the 24th, 2025, I will come to take my church.
There's a date.
There is a date.
Are there other people who have also said the same thing to confirm what you have said?
No. No, Jesus took him. He's very special. That's the chosen one right there. For no one shall know the day except for the Father. It's like, have they not read it at all? True. And that was a point a lot of people made when Harold Camping made the same prediction back in 2011. It lines up with a big prophecy also. And that happens every time. It's like people forgot this is not the first rapture prediction even in the last 8 months. I remember we did this like 8 months ago where like everyone was kind of freaking out on Reddit about like the end times are here, the red heifer has arrived as prophesized in the Bible. And then it turns out red heifer, like that is just a very common thing. So there's always going to be coincidences. Always. It doesn't indicate the end times, and it certainly doesn't indicate that just a random pastor got pulled up by Jesus, like had his spirit yanked out of his body, like fucking Doctor Strange pushed it out of him, just to inform him that he is coming to Rapture on September 23rd. These are only like the big notable ones. So here's the Harold Camping. I don't know the Ronald Weenland one. Man, 2011 was a big year for the Rapture. He did the same thing. Failed to come true, so he moved it to the 27th of May, 2012. And then he moved it to 2013, claiming that a day with God is as a year, giving himself another year. He was then convicted of tax evasion in 2012 and sentenced to 3.5 years in prison. I can't believe it. This guy's made a whole career out of it, apparently. Predicting the Rapture. Oh, this guy has an entire thing known as the Blood Moon Prophecy. Oh my. For his prediction in 2015 Rapture. Ronald came back in 2019, fresh off of his stint in prison, saying that he would return in 2019 with the Rapture. Huge. Ronald still on the grind. This was a psychic, claimed that Armageddon would take place in 2020 and Jesus would return to defeat the unholy trinity of Antichrist, Satan, and false prophet between 2020 and 2037. It's a pretty big range. Chad and Lori Daybell, a couple charged with multiple murder, including those of Lori's children, believed that the second coming would be July 22nd, 2020. Seems like a reliable narrator to tune into for the good word. Oh, it's Silent Hill time, and it looks like the Rapture hasn't begun. We can enjoy some Silent Hill. We did it. We made it. I say that, and then all of a sudden, like, the viewer number just collapses as everyone just gets yanked off the planet. We fucking did it, Reddit. Let's go. Before ending the video, there's just one other thing I want to mention when it comes to these predictions. I just don't understand it. Because pastors like this guy 100% have to know that they're pulling it out of their ass. Like, even if you had a dream about it, like, you'd have to realize that that's not the most, like, concrete. You'd have to realize there's an extremely good chance it's not going to happen. So what is the plan when it doesn't? Like, do you just, like, hope people don't care? It's like, oh, he was wrong. Doesn't matter. He's still a very, like, super reliable pastor. The Lord definitely speaks through him, even though he got the Rapture completely wrong. Maybe he was just playing a prank on him. Like, I just don't get it. Because you have to know it is most likely not going to happen. You're just spitballing nonsense. I really don't get it. And I even less understand people that believe it. I really don't. Because if you are a follower of the Word of God, you would have to realize that no man would ever be able to predict when the Rapture would happen. It is literally written in the Bible. So what you are saying is, a pastor like this is somehow more powerful than the Word of God, that he is able to somehow predict it, because Jesus, for some reason, chose him because he had a really high KD in Fortnite or whatever. It just doesn't add up. And I'm getting really fucking tired of all of these Rapture predictions. I really am. It is so tiresome. This one actually kind of, like, irked me quite a bit, because it's just so ridiculous. This one has even less to go on than the previous Rapture predictions. Anyway, though, I'll stop yapping about it. That's really about it. See ya.
Take advantage of this unique offer. 4 incredible options to boost your productivity, and each one at only $29.99. For professionals, Office 2024 Professional Plus. Everything you need in one place. Need the essentials with Office 2024 Standard.
So I just saw Him. This is a movie that a lot of people are clowning on. It's not doing too hot right now. People are taking their turns spitting at it. And now that I've seen it, I'd like to weigh in. Is everyone blowing it out of proportion, or is this film really as bad as everyone claims it is? Kinda. Like, it's not a good movie, but I don't think it's, like, unwatchably horrible. There was real potential here. The concept alone I find kind of fascinating, a football horror movie. There are so many elements you could explore there, from like CTE and stuff like that, and then play with the audience's perception of it. And I've seen other people mention this, but you also have like the built-in goat, where it symbolizes something more satanic, and maybe exploring like what it would mean to sacrifice everything to become the best at it. All things I feel like would be a fucking easy touchdown here for them to explore with this movie, and kind of expected them to, but it doesn't. It's a film that doesn't really have anything that it wants to get across to the audience at all. Most of the movie is kind of just like a bunch of scenes thrown together without really giving you any reason to care about, like, even the main character and what he's going through. Which is a shame, because the performances across the board are really strong, especially Marlon Wayans. I actually thought he did an amazing job as the villain here, but there's nothing like really fleshed out about it. There's nothing to care about, and there's nothing to get invested in story-wise. It's kind of a mess. And most people are saying the same thing, style over substance, and that's very true. It is a stylistically good movie. Like, it actually does show real potential. The cinematography is extremely interesting, especially when they do like these x-ray scenes. Then they get like really like visceral with it. It's very cool. Like, I actually thought they did a great job with some of like the wild scenes that they showcased, but it just doesn't go anywhere or contribute to anything. And then the second half, well, not the second half, the last like 30 minutes of the movie is dedicated to just getting rid of all of like the abstract and all of like the mystery of it, and just beating home what it all is. Spoiler alert, it's like cult ritualistic shit, that kind of thing. And then it all of a sudden, all at once, just becomes like a normal Hollywood slop buffet, where it even ends with Cameron Cade, he's the main character, going on a killing spree, taking down all the bad cult members with a sword and an axe, like chopping their head off and disemboweling them. It's very goofy, and it like completely betrays everything else the movie like seemed to want to be, like very artsy and very interesting, like aesthetically. But again, like, it just feels like this film didn't even know what it wanted to do with this concept, and it is a good concept, just poorly utilized. Also, I think a lot of people are extremely misled with this film. I've seen a lot of buzz about how Jordan Peele fell off. Man, is he washed? Because the marketing for him has Jordan Peele's name all over it. Like, if you didn't know any better and you were just going off the trailers, you would think Jordan Peele personally made this film with his own two hands and his own blood, sweat, and tears, start to finish, and no one else even worked on it. His name is plastered all over this film for their marketing push. But he didn't direct this movie. He is a producer of it. He had, from what I understand, no hand in the actual making of this film. He was a producer. So this is not a Jordan Peele film, but because his name is like attached to it, they decided to go hog wild with that as like its main marketing hook. It's pretty shameful. It's very misleading. So a lot of people, I think, probably expected this to be a Jordan Peele movie.
No fair! I didn't know we were starting! I dropped my controller. My buttons are stuck!
But it's not. At all. Anyway, though, to lay like the foundation of what the film is even really about, Cameron Cade is the next up-and-coming great. And there is a football player named Isaiah White, played by Marlon Wayans, who is the undisputed GOAT. He is the best to ever play the game. He is football, damn it. And he is on the verge of retiring, and everyone's looking to Cameron Cade to fill his shoes. He has all the makings of being the next great. But he gets attacked and gets a very severe concussion that then ruins his chances of making it to the league because he has to skip the combine. And Isaiah White decides to kind of mentor him, let him suckle from his bosom of greatness to try and, you know, spruce him up, get him back on his feet to recover from this injury so he can be the player that he should be, that everyone expects him to be. So he takes him into like his training camp, his boot camp, which is just hell, and it's real weird and wacky. And Isaiah, he's kind of all over the place. He's on edge. He's fucking going Insano style, and he's like being tortured almost in order to like bring out his greatness. And there's people that are getting, you know, even killed going through all of this training. And you, as the viewer, are left wondering, well, what's it all mean? What's it all for? And the answer is crickets. It's fucking, like, it doesn't go anywhere. at the last 30 minutes, they basically just tell you, oh, it turns out it's a cult, and they pass blood down from one generation of goat to the next. And this is their passing of the torch. But Isaiah doesn't want to give it up without a fight, so now they both have the blood of the goat in them, and one has to kill the other, and then sign the contract with the devil, basically, in order to be the next best football player. And it all happens like that. So they build up like this slow, abstract, like adventure that never really says anything, and then at the end it just fucking vomits it all out at once. It's just kind of lame. I just think they didn't know what they wanted to do here. It felt like the writers were concussed when they were coming up with this. Like, they had all of these ideas, but they didn't know how to make them work together. And at times, it feels like they didn't even know what kind of movie they were making in the first place. Like, it wants to be really artsy and even abstract pretty often, yet it doesn't commit to that at all. Like, it completely gets rid of that by the end anyway, and even when they were in their, like, artsy-fartsy, you know, pinky-up mode, it still wasn't saying anything. It wasn't even delivering a message. It was just feeding you chaotic scenes with, like, a wacky score, like a wacky background music and noise making to make it feel eerie and deep. But it doesn't actually do anything. It feels like it wants to do everything at once. So, like, it's billed as a horror movie. It's not one. Like, there's nothing scary about this film at all, and it doesn't try to be. But it does borrow something from the horror genre, like 2 jump scares. And then they introduce, like, these cultish fans of Isaiah White who only have maybe 2 minutes of screen time, where one of them comes in and tries to hit